deeply personal to you and impossible to ignore. Darius, your burner phone, the one that never rings unless it's important, the one you've never charged, the one that you've never received a bill for, vibrates in your pocket. And when you answer, a flat, genderless voice says only, St. Agnes Church Basement, 9 p.m., and it goes dead. Father Tommy, you open your morning newspaper. Across the center of the obituaries page, written in fresh red ink, are the words, St. Agnes Church Basement, 9 p.m. To Victoria Axelrod. You wake up and walk into your bathroom. Written across the mirror in red lipstick, and it is definitely not yours, are the words, St. Agnes Church Basement, 9 p.m. And finally, to Dr. Voss. Dr. Voss, a plain white envelope with no return address and no postage is slid under your door. You just happen to find it there. Inside is a single index card with a message written in thick red ink. St. Agnes Church Basement, 9 p.m. And so, at 9 p.m., you have each made your way to the abandoned St. Agnes Church on the decaying edge of Collier City, not too far from the relatively well-known local institution, the Sickery Private Library.
Oh, I know about those.
So when you arrive at the church, the old church sits at the end of a dead-end street, half swallowed by overgrown palmettos and live oaks. It has been deconsecrated and abandoned for nearly 20 years. No lights, no cars. The only sound is the low rustle of leaves and the sounds of distant highway traffic that feels miles away. And let me see if I have the image for the church for you. I think I do. I meant to. Yeah, here we go. And I will post this in the chat channel. A second. Okay. Does everybody see that in the chat channel?
Yep, it's here.
Amy, Mar Hockman, Sylvia, do you all see it?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. What you think of the palmettos? It took a surprising amount of effort to get it to understand what a palmetto is, by the way.
This is something I personally find to be interesting because of the fact that it conveys the feeling that while this place is run down, it slowly grew up in stages and didn't just get abandoned and left to rot. It's like you can see that someone has been mowing the yard, even though there are trees obscuring the building.
Right. And it's got a security fence around it. So somebody or something keeps it from collapsing entirely. And yet it's clearly abandoned. It is overgrown. So so a heavy steel basement door on the side of the building hangs slightly ajar. There is no lock. There is no chain. Just an empty hasp. The air feels heavier here, as though unseen eyes are watching. So each of you silently descend the concrete stairs into the small, musty basement room. And let me get that image for you. Yes, I have images for a few things. Again, I ran out of time to do everything that I might have wanted to do. Alas,
I mean, this is the sort of thing you could later collect into making a module or something.
I in fact intend to do that. So I think most of us here are aware of this, but Amy, you may not be. There's a magazine that the Red Room is publishing called Red Alerts. And so that contains like various like modules, fiction pieces, game content, stuff like that. Don't know if that's something you'd be interested in, but this is very likely something I'll be submitting to Miguel and Sylvia to see if they want to put it in like Red Alerts at some point in the future. But yeah, I am trying to be better about generating images. I used to be I did it all the time, and then I kind of got out of the habit because I didn't really have much use for them. Anyway, getting back to our adventure and away from the gaming news. In the center of a battered folding table sits an old 1980s boombox. Next to it is a cassette tape and a roughly printed note in thick red ink that reads, "Play this when 4 are present." You don't see that it's connected to anything. It doesn't look like there's a power outlet. You don't see anything associated with this boombox, but it is sitting there on the table in front of you. And let me present that to you because I think that's a nice, I managed to come up with a nice, creepy image for that one. There you go. And what do you do?
Well, look around and see if everyone's here.
Okay. So you look around, Dr. Voss,
We have one.
and let's see. Why don't we have people describe their characters, starting with Amy, you start off. Describe your character.
This is Tommy Reyes. He's slender and about 5'9". He wears black slacks and a white shirt with a black vest, and you can see that he is carrying a gun, and his shoes are. He looks expensively dressed, but not the kind of expensive that is flashy. He has dark, kind of Mediterranean skin and dark hair and kind of a 3-day beard and hazel eyes.
He's also very magnetic and attractive. Something about him draws the eye.
I'd say he's about 32 to 33 years old.
Yeah. And the only reason I mention that, guys, is that I'm cluing you in that he has a 17 charisma. Father Tommy is one of these guys people notice. So that's what Ma Hockman, that's what Dr. Voss sees in the case of Father Tommy. Miguel, how about Darius? Describe Darius. What does Dr. Voss see?
So I'm not very tall, medium sized, but muscular, rough looking, shaved head, 5 o'clock shave. I'm wearing street clothing, a shirt and jeans. Definitely not anything upper class. I look like what I am, basically. I am a criminal. I have been a criminal for a long time. I have been in jail. So probably that can be picked up by just watching the character. What else? Yeah, that's basically it.
You kind of have those shifty eyes, like you're trying to avoid eye contact, keep people
Yeah,
from knowing what you're thinking.
exactly. Yeah.
You know, and it is true. When people have been on the inside and they're kind of long-term hardcore criminals, I think it does come off on them. I've met guys like that because I used to have involvement with criminals, and you can feel it coming off of them if they're a real hardcore, type. Um, so let's see. And Sylvia, what does Dr. Voss see when he looks at Victoria Axelrod?
Well, Victoria is of average height. She's fit. She's very sharply dressed in a tailored suit. She's blonde. Well, not natural, but you probably won't notice that because because she shows no roots. And her hair is wrapped up in a ponytail. And she has a very professional and tough look at the same time.
Gotcha. Probably comes off looking not only fit, but maybe even surprisingly tough. It's not that she's
Yes.
hard looking. She looks like she's one of these women that if you cross them, they might bite something off of you. You know, she's not somebody who would want to be messed with.
But not
I
like a
think is
Karen, not in a Karen, not in a Karen way.
not in a Karen way, more like, executive secretary at a major corporation, I'm the
Yes.
power behind the throne. Don't mess with me. And then, of course, that's what you see, Dr. Voss. But of course, they see you as well. And when they look at Dr. Voss, what do they see, Mark Hockman?
They see a man wearing what looks like, relatively nice clothes for someone who wears plain-ish clothes. But they're all kind of disheveled, and they don't really look particularly new. They look like something that someone has been wearing for years, and that's the reason they're in such good condition is that they're superior craftsmanship in when they were made. It's like someone who feels like someone who you would expect to see, as a doing highly classified research, perhaps, or just talking about such uh, uh, schools of learning. Not someone who sticks out.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Dr. Voss, of all the people in the room, is the one who has least presence, right? Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, probably.
So, okay. So you've all kind of taken a look at each other. You all know what one another are. This is how it works. You know that. Everybody gets a call, and whoever shows up are the people who are supposed to do the job. Um, what do you guys do now that you've kind of sized each other up?
Play the tape.
Okay. So which one of you?
I can pick up the tape and
So you pick it up, pop it in the boombox, start the boombox. Is that right?
Press play.
Okay. Nothing about this looks like it should work. And yet, the minute you put the tape in and press play, it hums to life. And immediately, you hear this kind of crackling sound like an old, slightly degraded 4-track cassette tape might have. But you hear a woman's voice. You can hear the exhaustion in it. The voice is hoarse. There are subtle sobs as the words are spoken. You hear desperation, simple desperation. Dear God, please, my little boy Caleb, he's only 9 years old. He never came home from school 2 days ago. Please, Lord, bring him back to me safe. I'm so scared. I don't know what to do anymore. Please watch over him. Please keep him safe from harm. Please, God. I'm begging you with all my heart. Bring my son home to me. And then you start to hear heavy sobbing. And between the sobs, you hear murmured fragments of what Father Tommy recognizes this. This is the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Please, thy kingdom come. Please, God, bring Caleb home, please. And as this is playing, you all start to see an image of a person in your minds, a person none of you know, none of you have ever seen, but you still see the face very clearly. And you hear a name. Even as you see the face, you know the name to associate with the face. The name is Rachel. Rachel Navarro. Somehow that name just comes to your mind as you see the image of this woman in your mind, as you hear the tape. And then the crackling and the voice and the crying stops. And for a long moment, you don't hear anything, but you know to wait because there are always instructions. And then you hear them. And there's no crackling, there's no background hiss. It's like whatever it is where it was right there in the room with you. It's coming from the boombox, but it might as well not be. It has absolute clarity, calm, genderless, completely without emotion. Messengers, a child has been taken. His name is Caleb Navarro. He is one of the elect, an Elohim chosen before the foundation of the world for evacuation. He was seized 2 days ago on Maple Grove Trail behind his school. And again, you guys have a vision in your minds of the location they're talking about. And let me pull that up for you. And put that in the channel. See, okay, there we go. And so you see something that looks like the kind of shortcut. You even see a shoe left behind. But it looks like the kind of shortcut that a kid trying to get home from school and make it go a little faster might take. So there you see in your mind's eye, you see this location, you see the image, you see the shoe of a missing child. He was seized 2 days ago on a shortcut off Maple Grove Trail behind his school. He is still alive. An agent of the enemy, a minor Nephilim, new, ambitious, named Azazel Thorn, has taken him as bait. The creature thinks it will test Elohim. The creature wonders, will the divine machinery respond? You are that response. Locate the boy, retrieve him alive, restrain or destroy any who stand in your way. The child is being held in Warehouse 3 at Sickory Field, the small private airfield on the far side of the Sickory Private Library campus, not far from where you now stand. Do not fail. Remember, the evacuation is coming for those who serve faithfully. End of message. And the tape clicks to a stop. And it begins rewinding. Then the rewinding stops and the room is silent. What do you do?
I'm going to start by commenting on the fact that I've never seen a tape player auto rewind like that before. Kind of strange. Anyways, yeah, the whole thing is obviously supernatural voices speaking to us using these boombox as a conduit. So this is certainly not a fake. Definitely. Hmm. Do we know which the exact location they want us to go to investigate this is?
Yeah, he said the location, but I don't remember what it was.
Warehouse something. Am I familiar with the place, Mark?
I mean, you've heard of Sickory Field, yes. You guys are all from Collier City. You all know about Sickory Private Library. It's kind of a rich woman's organization. She created it for her weird little collection. Um, you guys can do like knowledge checks and stuff, like if you want something more detailed.
Okay, why not? I rolled a 15.
Okay. And define for me again, what is it you're specifically trying to figure out?
Well, first, if the Secret Foundation has some connection to the enemy, and if have I heard something about it that would help with this.
Okay. Let me see. I may have to make up some stuff because I don't have this in my notes. So you got a 15 on the die.
Yeah, no, just 15. There's no bonus.
Oh, it's a total of 15.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, let me think. What would? Whoop! Lost my notes. Give me a second here. I have them up on the screen. There we go. Somehow I just got switched to like screen number 8. So bear in mind, you guys do have the option, since the tape is in the machine and it's right there in front of you. You could simply replay the tape, or you could try to collect your notes and figure out, okay, what were they telling us to do. But so Darius, you're digging through your memories of the streets, the people you used to run with, the things you've overheard over the years. The Sikri Private Library does have a long and ugly reputation in Collier City. It's not normal. It's a private institution founded by Marian Sikri. She's a rich eccentric who collected rare books, ancient texts, and esoteric materials. There's been, rumors for decades about strange things happening there, people disappearing, suicides, mental breakdowns. I mean, it's rumored. There are a lot of rumors. There's rumors about deep sub basements under the building, heavily restricted areas that even the staff aren't allowed into, ties possibly to occult research and secret societies. But it's all very ghosty. You're not sure what the relationship is. However, you do know a little bit about Sikri Field. So that's a private airfield on the far side of the library campus. And it was originally built, as you recall, so that they could move stuff for the library, rare books, artifacts. They're rich people. They got themselves a private airfield. I mean, that's basically how it is. Here in Southwest Florida, that's not that uncommon. Of course, in Collier County, many people use the Collier City Airport or the Naples Airport for the same reason. But they have a Sikri field specifically for the library, which is a pretty large complex. You don't have anything to connect a Nephilim like a Zazel Thorn to the library or the airfield. But then you also know that the whole complex kind of gives off a very bad vibe. I mean, if only because of that sinister air. I mean, it's the kind of place the enemy would use, if only as because it's got such bad vibes.
So it might not be a place they often use. It might just be a place they've chosen so that we don't have anywhere to tie them to.
And you're not sure. You're not sure. So let's see. Talking about things you might have forgotten from the tape, if you like. Anyone, I think, let's just do it this way. Anyone who wants to, because I don't want to, there is an ability called photographic memory, which is kind of meant to serve this purpose. So if someone had photographic memory, I could just tell you in detail what you already heard so you could take your notes. But for now, anyone who wants can ask for a quick wits or knowledge check to recall something you've forgotten. And, I'll just recap that detail for you. So does anybody want to try to do a wits or a knowledge check to get a quick recap of the details of the mission?
I'll try to do the wit check.
Okay.
Security Foundation supposed to be headquartered here, or it's just you just moved it here because for this session?
17.
Sikri Private Library has always, yeah, you're right, Miguel. Sikri Private Library has always been in Collier City, remember?
No, that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
I don't remember it. Or
Yeah.
maybe but I didn't know it
Yeah.
was
Yeah. Collier City's not real. It's something I made up.
okay.
Because I lived in Naples, Florida for a while, and that's in this huge county called Collier County, which is
Okay.
mostly empty because a big chunk of it's the Everglades. But I've kind of, made up this fantasy world where there's a section of it that isn't part of the Everglades, and that's where Collier City is. And it's kind of my alternative fantasy version of Naples, Florida.
I didn't remember that. I remember the Collier, but
Yeah, I
didn't
am
know.
kind of getting a bayou vibe from these pictures you've been putting up.
Yeah, this is subtropical. This is like Cuba, right? It's that kind of tropical. It's very warm. It's very humid. It's Gulf side rather than Atlantic side. So there's a subtle difference in the atmosphere. Victoria, what is your wits check
17.
or knowledge? I'm sorry, 14 total.
17, 1 7.
Okay, 17 total.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's enough. So basically, here's the mission. Again, you know that the Nephilim behind this is named Azazel Thorn. You know that he's done this. Azazel, Azazel, Thorn,
Yes.
Thorne. Azazel Thorn. And you know that he took him as bait. So he's intending to use the boy to get a response. You know that your job is to locate the boy and retrieve him alive. Your mission parameters tell you to restrain or destroy, quote unquote, any who stand in your way. Now, you have been given specific details. He is being held in Warehouse 3 at Sickery Field. And that is the small private airfield on the far side of the library campus from where you are. So you're at St. Agnes. If you were to go down the same road, you would pass the Sickery Private Library, and then a little bit farther beyond that, you would come to Sickery Field. So those are the details that you have. Again, his name is Caleb Navarro. Caleb, Caleb, Navarro, Navarro. Caleb Navarro, and he's 9. He is an Elohim, small e Elohim. He's one of the elect. So he's been abducted for 2 days now. His mother is Rachel Navarro, and she's the one whose prayers you were hearing on the tape. He is still alive. You've been specifically told that at least as of this time, he's still alive. Again, he was taken by a Nephilim, a minor one, a new one, named Azazel Thorn. He was described as ambitious. He's using the boy as bait. So you're
probably to attract us or someone.
So primary objective, live. That's your primary objective. Your secondary objective to restrain or destroy anyone who stands in your way. Obviously, locating Caleb and getting him back to his mother is the job. That is the big job. As a secondary objective, if someone blocks you or tries to keep you from doing it, you're not required to do it, but you have leave to kill anyone who gets in your way or to restrain them. Restrain or destroy. Those are the 2 words.
I guess this is extra important for that.
You know exactly where he's being held, more or less. He's in Warehouse 3 at Sickery Field. That's pretty good. You don't have to wonder where he is, more or less. You know where he is. And after the rescue, you have been told to return the child. I forgot to mention that, guys. Sorry. After the rescue, you've been told to return the child to 1427 Oakwood Lane. 1427 Oakwood Lane. And what you've been told to do is to pull up to the curb, let him out, and drive away immediately once his mother opens to the door. The goal here is not for you to have any contact with Rachel. You know that's usual. She's an Elohim sleeper. She's not aware of the war. And you're not supposed to make her aware. It's not like she could be awake without Elohim's intervention anyway. Oh, you have been told failure is not acceptable, but you kind of already know that. And of course, the faithful will go out in the evacuation, serve faithfully. There's always that. But then that's the sword of Damocles that is always hanging over you guys' head. But Victoria, you now have a total recall of the instructions. You're a political operative. You're used to working with these kind of, you think of them as the rules of war, right? Although your warfare in the past was political warfare, now it's something more dire and more final. So at any time, if you need to recall the details, just ask me because you've already made the roll. So what do you guys do next? You are still standing in the basement of St. Agnes Church. You're still standing in front of the table facing the boombox with the tape in it. The tape has been rewound.
Does one of us have a vehicle?
I think for convenience, I will assume that you all came here in one kind of car or another. I mean, it's up to you. If one of you has a bike and you want to say you rode a motorcycle, that's fine. If one of you wants to say you rode a bicycle, that's fine. But you guys are far enough away from the main part of Collier City where you guys typically operate that it's not really a place that you would walk to. And it'd be a bit of a hike to get to the field as well. Because the Sickly Private Library campus is really, really large. It's as large as Collier City itself is. That's not necessarily the same number of buildings, don't get me wrong, but it's a big campus. I mean, if you want to, it could be that you were brought here by a private cab, but typically you guys try to avoid those sorts of things because you're not supposed to really give anybody else an idea of where you are. So long as you're traveling in your own vehicles or under your own power, your untraceability makes it very difficult for the enemy or anyone else to know where you are. Does that answer your question? I realize that was a lot of text.
I guess I can assume, I'm going to assume that I have a car.
Okay. Yeah, and that's fine.
And
That's
I'll
fine.
offer that to the group and see if we want to try to go to this warehouse and see what we can see.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm not carrying any weapons. Are you?
I have a gun.
Well, I am. I think I have a weapon with me.
Well, I have
Ah,
some, not really, not a firearm,
Right.
but some of you have, so I guess we can.
I think so. Let me go because where is my? Oh wait, my character sheet disappeared behind the.
Yeah,
I have.
So I'll read your gear. You have tailored suits, an encrypted smartphone, burner phones. You do have a concealed pistol.
Yeah,
Let's
well, it's
think.
concealed
What would
pistol.
be a good? It says 1d6. So this is kind of standard concealable pistol damage. I will say, let's see. You're a political operative. You probably got recommendations from friends you know in the police or security community as to what you should be carrying. So I will say that your concealed and concealable pistol is a highly reliable Smith and Wesson snub nose revolver carrying 5 rounds of 38 plus P with an FBI load. Which is basically a fancy way of saying you put one of those in somebody and they'll probably know it unless they're wearing bulletproof vests.
If I read this right.
Oh, you also have fake IDs, a high-end laptop, and access to political donor lists. Go ahead, Dr. Voss.
For mine, if I read this right, the only thing I have that would be a proper weapon is
Let's take a look. Let's see. Yeah, your gear, you have a custom toolkit, you have a portable chemistry set, a laptop, a multi-tool. You do have a concealed taser. You do. You have a number of half-finished miracle devices, and of course, a burner phone. That's right. I'll go ahead and read this for other characters. I assume you guys have read your character sheets, but this way you know. So, Darius, you have your prison shiv. You kept you alive inside. You trust it. You also have brass knuckles, by the way.
Yeah, well, I guess that's enough.
You have lockpicks, a burner phone, and zip ties. Zip ties. That brings things to mind.
Well, yeah.
Father Tommy, of course, you have your holy books and symbols, and you do have a handgun. Let's see, what does Father Tommy have? It also does 1d6 damage, so it's basically in the same power class as Victoria's concealable snubby. Let's see. I'm going to assume that your handgun is something um, probably you don't really think about it as something you would need to use except in emergencies. Let's say it's an older weapon. I'm going to say that it is an old Ruger Security 6 and 38 Special. 6 shots, standard size frame, not specifically designed for concealment. In fact, it was originally designed for the police market. That's probably where you got it, because in Florida, it's pretty easy to get former police weapons on sale. Um, it's a good, sturdy, reliable weapon. Rugers are tough and have a reputation for being highly reliable weapons. Also, they have that neat little eagle on the handle. Um, so you have your Ruger Security 6. It's the same caliber as Victoria's weapon. All right. So what do the four of you do next? You're still standing in the basement of St. Agnes Church. You're still standing in front of the table with the boombox.
I think the first thing to do is to go to the location where the boy was grabbed from and look around there to see if there's anything left behind.
Okay. Is that what you guys do?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Let's do it.
Okay, so I guess we'll get in our vehicles and then make our way over to there then.
Sounds like what you guys are going to do. So you're exiting the basement, walking back up the concrete stairs. And so you all make your way back up the concrete stairs in silence after your brief discussion, checking your weapons, making sure that you're ready. The single bare bulb in the basement behind you flickers once and then goes dark as you reach the top of the stairs. The heavy steel door is still slightly ajar just as you left it. And as you push it open and step out into the humid Florida night, something immediately catches your attention. There is a plain black duffel bag sitting on the ground right at the top of the stairs. And it was not there when you arrived. You heard no footsteps, you saw no one, but there it is. The bag is simply there. What do you do?
I'll approach the back.
Okay, you approach the bag.
And I'll open it.
When you touch it, it feels slightly warm to your touch, as though something with warm hands had just set it down moments ago. You feel the warmth. It feels weirdly, it feels good. I mean, you live in Southwest Florida. It's hot and humid here. But the warmth of the bag feels good to your hands when you open it. Inside the duffel bag, you find the following items: a high quality set of bolt cutters. Darius, you recognize these. You've definitely used those before. This is a really good quality one. This is high quality German machine tool steel. This is, this is the highest grade. This is the stuff that when you went on jobs, you wanted stuff like this, and it was hard to get a hold of because these are not cheap. You also, though you do have your own lock picks, you see that there is a professional locksmith set with tension tools. I mean, it's right there in front of you. This is stuff that if you were caught with it, they would put your butt in jail because you're an ex-con. They don't want you having this. You can get into almost anything with these tools. You also see 2 compact flashlights, and you notice they have red lenses. You see a folded paper map. You see what looks like a first aid kit. It's in a little box of its own. I say little box, it's actually pretty good sized. You see 4 phones. They have no brand. They look vaguely like iPhones. and you see a single handwritten note lying on top of all these items in the same thick red ink that you saw on the boombox label. And it says, "The child must live. The rest is dust."
Okay,
If you
so
want to continue, go ahead.
I pick up the phones, I give them
Yep.
got
So when you
emails, I read
when you
aloud
guys turn on the phones, you discover that they are all paired to each other already.
So instead of being a proper cell phone, these are, while they're using the same technology as a cell phone, they're functionally acting like walkie-talkies.
In essence, when you check, you notice that there are basically rapid dial buttons set on the screen that name each of you by name. When you activate your phone, even though Darius didn't pick a particular person to give a particular phone to, your phone is customized to you.
These guys are efficient. Nice.
Magic.
So, do you
I
guys want to
guess we
know
are
what's
used to
in
it by
the
now, right?
right? Do you guys want to
We
know what the about the map or about the first aid kit?
Yeah. I
Well,
want to know about the app.
Okay. So the map is, in fact, a folded paper map. Pardon me, a folded paper map of Sickery Field with Warehouse 3 circled in red. It's got a little. I mean, it's a very nice map. It looks very professional, like it was. I mean, this is the sort of map that Darius you would have loved to have had on a job. It has every detail you might need. It shows the location of buildings, and it gives them their name. It shows the location of security gates. It shows the location of doors and windows. It shows everything.
where were these guys when I was a criminal? Oh, okay. No, never mind.
Unfortunately, you think you know.
Well, I
And
guess
and when
the
you look in the first aid kit, it's got everything. I mean, it's even got stuff to like slap a patch on you if you get cut or shot. It's got that kind of weird um, liquid bandage stuff like they use in the military where they can spray it on a wound and close the wound and the wound sticks together without having to have a bandage. It's got bandages, it's got disinfectants, it's got ointments, it's got pain pills. It even has a small bottle of it's got a small bottle of morphine sulfate. Um, it's got everything. Dr. Voss, you take a look at that and you think immediately, wait a minute, nobody hands out morphine pills. But there it is. You have a little bottle of morphine pills.
well, with this map and these tools, it should be easy to go inside. The problem is who is in there? How many people will be in there? And
That the map does not tell you.
yeah, that will be another thing.
The night air is thick and still. The abandoned church looms behind all of you, silent and watchful. You guys know from previous experience, you now have everything the Magister, the unseen controller behind the scenes, has chosen to provide you. What do you do?
Well, I guess if we've acquired all of the equipment that was provided to us for our mission, hmm. Does the map have circled on it the location where the boy was grabbed from?
So you're asking if it shows anything beyond the airport.
Well, because like we know that the map is a rather actually, how large of an area is the map? Like, obviously, it has the location where the boy is currently being held, and that's
Right.
circled. But was curious if it had the location on marked on it where the boy was grabbed
It is a map of Sickery Field. So it's a very detailed map of Sickery Field, the buildings at the field, the security around the field, like you know where the gates are, you know where the fence line is. Um, You know where of course the field strip itself. You know where the control tower is. Control tower may be overstating it. It's a private airfield. It's a single private airstrip, but it shows you the warehouses. It shows you the storage buildings. It shows you all those things, but it's only a map of Sikri Field. It is a clear printed schematic map of the small private airfield.
So
So
maybe there are elements that whatever happened before doesn't matter, I guess.
well,
Yeah, I
that's
mean, it's entirely possible that whoever just grabbed it and there's just nothing there.
so it's a single short runway. It shows the tarmac area. There are 4 numbered warehouses. Number 3 is the one that's circled in red ink. And those warehouses are along the eastern side of the airstrip. There is a small cluster of hangars, a fuel depot. Oh, there is one interesting detail. You see the icon of a private jet. It is drawn parked on the tarmac right next to Warehouse 3. It's the only airplane specifically shown on the map. It's hand drawn on there. Very well done, by the way. Whoever did it is a very good artist, you think. It does also shows a service road. I guess this part's important. It also shows a service road that runs from the eastern fence line of the airfield directly into the back of the Sikri Private Library campus. And there is a small gate symbol on the map where the service road meets the library grounds. There is a little handwritten note on the map in the same red ink that leads library grounds adjacent restricted access. But it does not show any details of the library itself. It simply shows a road leading back to the library. So clearly the field was built as an extension of the library complex. And so there is a connection between the two. But the security clearly is much heavier on the library side. So I hope that helps. Let's see. So we've talked about everything in the bag. We talked about you each took one of the burner phones and turned them on. So to be fair, to be clear, the phones don't really seem to have internet or apps as such or GPS tracking, but they do show the other 3 members of the group, and they look completely clean. I mean, there's literally, it seems like the only things these are meant to do is to allow you guys to make your necessary communications. So you're standing outside St. Agnes Church basement with the equipment, the map, and the 4 working burner phones. The night is still and humid.
Well,
Let's
I'll
see.
assume provide us with guns. They probably assume that we will not need it. That's my assumption right now. But it might be wrong, of course.
So what do you want to do? You can head straight to Sikri Field. You could go to Maple Grove Trail if you want to look for more clues. You can discuss strategy. I mean, whatever. What do you guys want to do? In-game time, it's about 9:18 p.m. at this point. You've been at St. Agnes Church for roughly 15 to 18 minutes. You did what you were told to do. You arrived. You got your instructions. You've got the duffel bag. It's fully dark now, of course. It's humid. It's quiet. The night feels heavy. You hear the sounds of the animals of Southwest Florida. There's a heavy insect sound. There's the sound of lizards and night creatures. This is not a jungle, obviously. This is, a populated area, more or less. But it's definitely nighttime. Hot, humid, and still.
Okay, so guys, what do you think we should do?
Well, I don't think you can waste a lot of time, right?
Yeah,
it's try to do.
The hints here that seem to be pointing towards the place and nothing else. I would feel probably better if we were more equipped, but if they just left this here and nothing else, maybe maybe this is enough. I don't know. The map is pretty good. The tools will get us inside. So that's what I can tell from this.
Okay.
Uh, uh, is the location you was snatched from somewhere on the way, or without that could be a significant detour?
That would be back in the direction of Collier City.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Guess we'll just go to the warehouse.
Okay.
Are we going all in the same vehicle?
Honestly, that's probably not a great idea. If we came here in separate vehicles, we should take all of them with us.
Maybe split into two. I don't know if it's a good idea for us to go there with a lot of cars. I don't know if that's gonna call more attention.
Well, yeah, it's like we could just stash the whichever vehicles we're not going to take to the warehouse somewhere else. But I wouldn't leave.
We could always just stash them off the grounds of the airport somewhere.
Yeah. This is somewhere relatively close to our destination, but not at the destination.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. So tell me again what you're doing now.
So I suppose we are taking two vehicles and hiding the other two, I think, maybe.
Yes.
Okay. And where did you want to hide them?
This is somewhere between the church and the warehouse.
Okay.
Maybe we can find a good place on the map.
Okay. Okay. So you want to drive into and stash two on the way. Okay. All right. So how are you guys splitting it up? Who goes in whose car?
Who has the best driving skills? So that's really the ones that, if any, that should be driving. Which I don't have. I don't know if anyone has driving.
Yeah, it would either be whoever has actual pilot driving skills or whoever has, I guess, the best agility.
I don't have driving. I have 12 agility. So I think I'm stashing my car and going with someone.
Okay.
Yeah, my agility is a neutral stat, and I don't have any.
So the best agilities in the group, basically, other than Dr. Voss, everybody's in pretty much the same boat in terms of agility. So just tell me which of you is pairing up for a car, and those pairs are what I'll keep in mind as you drive there. How are you guys pairing up? Who's sharing a ride?
What did you say again was the best agility?
Everybody except for Dr. Voss. Dr. Voss has a neutral agility. Everybody else has the same bonus.
I guess
So
you could have Dr.
let's take the best card. I think. Well, it
So
won't be
I can go with the priest. I'm just
Okay.
trusting God.
rubbish.
Yeah,
So Victoria and Father Tommy ride in one car, and
Okay.
Darius
Well, in this car, yeah.
and Dr. Voss in another,
Um,
and Victoria. Is it Victoria and Darius who are driving, or Father Tommy and Darius who are driving?
Father Tom
Well-
is driving.
Okay. Father Tommy driving and Darius driving. Okay. Just making notes. Leaving you wondering if it matters. Woo! I'm actually also making notes because, again, this is something I didn't specifically make note of. It's like, like most OSR style adventures, you kind of have to fill in the blanks as you go because players will always come up with angles you never quite think about. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, the old no plan survives contact with the enemy.
And no plan survives contact with the players. That's right. And you guys were wanting to examine the map for a place to stash the other two vehicles. So obviously you're doing your carpooling after you stash the vehicles. So you all leave St. Agnes Church. You have the black duffel bag in your possession. So you kind of spread the map from the duffel bag across the hood of one of the cars and examine it under the red lens flashlights. You, by the way, find that the map apparently is specifically coded to be read with red lensed flashlights because it is perfectly clear. Normally red light at night is kind of diffused. Have you guys ever tried to read a book in red light? It's you can see, but it's not good for doing anything in detail. But you're having no problem with the map at all. It's like it's designed for it.
I actually have military training in how to do that.
Yeah, it is something you really have to put effort into. So again, it shows the small airfield clearly. Warehouse 3 circled in red shows the service road. You do see a couple of potentially discrete places to stash the two unused vehicles. So here are your two options. There's a place called Oak Grove Plaza. It's a large, aging outdoor shopping plaza about 2 miles from the church and roughly halfway to the airfield. It has a big, you guys know it has a big, poorly lit parking lot that's usually about half empty at night. There's plenty of cars already parked there. So the idea is, well, maybe you could just park your cars there and nobody would notice them. There is another option. There's an old self-storage facility on Industrial Loop Road. Miguel, Sylvia, do you guys remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And you may too, Mar Hockman. I mean, if you read the material that I posted, but that was part of a dark corner for darker. Was a rundown storage complex on Industrial Loop Road. See, I can do callbacks too, but nobody knows them because nobody buys my stuff. Anyway, so it's a rundown, mostly abandoned storage complex about 1.5 miles from the church. You know that many of the units are empty or boarded up, and the back lot is overgrown and rarely patrolled. So both locations are off the main roads, but still convenient for a quick rendezvous if needed. So your option is to hide your two vehicles you're not using, kind of in plain sight, but within the middle of a bunch of other vehicles at a shopping center. Or you kind of have an old self-storage facility that doesn't really get any use. People don't have much reason to go there. You can stash your cars there, but if you do, good chance your cars will be the only things there, other than the storage facility itself. So which of these spots do you want?
I don't know. I think the parking lot might be safer. There are
I
more
agree.
vehicles. So.
I
Okay.
agree.
So you guys choose Oak Grove Plaza.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys drive to Oak Grove Plaza. It's not much of a diversion. Like I said, it's about 2 miles from your location, not too far from Sickery Field. It's a quiet trip there. The night is quiet. You don't see a lot of traffic in this area. This is a little bit away from the center of town. Not a whole lot of vehicles this time of night. You guys proceed in 2 cars now. The first car is Victoria Axelrod riding with Father Tommy driving. And the second car, it's Darius riding with Dr. Voss with Darius driving. And you drive in loose formation through the quiet, humid outer streets of Collier City. It's a very, very still night. Flickering street lights, palm trees swaying lazily in the hot breeze. And you don't see a lot of other cars on the road. You pulled into Oak Grove Plaza about 9:37 p.m. It's a large, poorly lit parking lot, aging outdoor shopping plaza. Half the stores are closed for the night. Many of the spaces are empty. You find it easy to park the 2 extra vehicles in a dark corner near the back, away from the few working, security lamps. You guys, already have the contents kind of divided up. Who's keeping the duffel bags? Who has which equipment? I know you all have your phones. How do you guys want to divide up the duffel bag, or do you want just to designate someone to carry it with them? How do you want to do it?
Well, if someone wants me to carry the tools to get inside, I can carry them. I suppose I will have to use them anyway, so.
Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
I don't need the medical toolkit. That's not.
Okay, so everyone each has a phone from the duffel bag, and Darius carries the duffel bag with the other items in it. So you're en route to Sickery Field, of course, from Oak Grove Plaza. You were careful to make sure your stashed car is looking conspicuous. Your cars roll through increasingly industrial and isolated areas. The road narrows. Street lights become fewer and farther between. On the right, you start to see the dark silhouette of the Sickery Private Library campus looming in the distance. I mean, it's this sprawling, fortress-like complex of buildings and dense woods, neatly manicured lawns. Everything about it radiates money and power and maybe something else. Ahead, you can already see the faint glow of security lights marking the perimeter of Sickery Field. Of course, your burner phones are silent. So let me give you your situation. You're approximately 5 to 7 minutes away from the main entrance of Sickery Field. What do you do? How do you want to proceed? I mean, do you want to go to the airfield and start to do a reconnaissance? What do you want to do? I guess I should ask.
Is there more than one entrance?
That's a very good question. I mean, we know about the service road, but that's probably not the main public entrance. Let's see. It's about 9:45 p.m. at night. Let me think for a minute. So, according to the map, yes, there are multiple entrances to Sickery Field. Let me think. I'm trying to think of how this works normally for these little fields like this. So we already know that there's a dedicated service road leading back to Sickery Private Library. That's got a secure entrance. In fact, you already know that that's probably the most heavily secured entrance because they closely control access to the campus. Give me a second. Hold on. Let's see. So there are two entrances. So like there's a main external entrance, right? And that's off the public road. And you know again about the service road, but you don't have any direct access to that because you don't have direct access to the campus. So far as you're aware, there's only the main entrance unless you try to come up with some other way to get in.
It's probably got a security fence.
Looking at the map, can we find some place that could be better to use?
That's a very good question. Let me think for a minute. So of course there's a security gate around the Sickery field, but it's not the library. It doesn't have the same level of security, right? So what you're really asking about is the fence perimeter.
Yep. If there's some place that we could get inside.
And the idea being you don't want to be seen.
As if have a look. Tap.
Okay, so let's say that you guys slow down about a mile or a mile and a half from the main gate. Darius, you kind of pull off the side. Father Tommy, you see Darius pull over, and you just kind of instinctively pull in behind him, and you study the map. So it's a small private airfield. There's only the one short runway and a handful of buildings. From what you can see on the map, it's described as a standard chain link fence. So when you look over because you're seeing the perimeter fence from a distance, it's noticeably less secure than the library perimeter fence. It's about 8 to 10 feet high. It is topped with a single strand of what you presume is barbed wire, but it's not like the heavy security fence the library has. So why don't you go ahead and do a roll for Urban Savvy?
Okay, I rolled a. Wait a moment. 18 plus 2, so 20. Or 21 if it's widths.
I think it is. I think that's a good choice. Because this really is more of your criminal instincts. How would you, if you were wanting to rob the place, how would you get in? Type of deal. Your street instincts and your experience moving through places you aren't welcome kick in hard. So the outer fence again is a standard chain link fence, 8 to 10 feet high with a single strand of barbed wire on the top. It is not a high security barrier. The western side, which is the side closest to what you're approaching, has 2 potential breach points. Sorry I'm taking so long, guys, but I'm making notes as I'm doing this so that I can have this when I turn it into a module. So there's one near an overgrown drainage ditch that offers decent concealment. And there's another behind an old equipment shed that blocks the view from the main security lights. You do notice, you're close enough now to notice that there is a cop car by the main entrance. And you also notice on the map that it makes reference to a security hut with a canine unit on the eastern side near Warehouse 3.
No, again, no.
And so there is a canine security unit there, but you're pretty confident it would take him a while to get to the western fence because that's not the side of the airport he's on. You see also that there's like a maintenance building. That's all by the hangars and the tarmac. So you figure anybody who's working this late at night, assuming anyone is, again, they're not going to be near the western fence. When you look at the map, which is, as you know, guys noted, is very detailed, it does not make reference to cameras or motion sensors on the western perimeter. Not in those areas you identified. So Darius, you are confident that you can cut a hole through the fence quietly, get everyone through safely, and maybe even have a pretty good chance of approaching Warehouse 3 from the blind side without being immediately detected. It is now 9:47 p.m. game time.
So I share this information with everybody else. Do you want to try it?
I agree. Let's do that.
Okay. I guess you are the expert in going into places, so I trust you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really have a reason to try something else. So yeah. Sure.
Okay. So which of the breach points do you choose, Darius?
Okay. Can you
So there's the
specify?
one near an overgrown drainage ditch, the Danish ditch. That's where they throw all their Danishes. No, there's one near an overgrown drainage ditch. Now in Florida, they have these things called drainage ditches. So they're literally just big ditches that they dig for no other reason than to catch excess water, like in a heavy storm. And so there's an overgrown drainage ditch near this particular section of the western fence. This would offer excellent concealment because it's overgrown. This time of year, it will have no water in it. And it allows you to literally approach the bottom of the fence at like chest level. So you can be hidden even while you're cutting into it. But that's not the only other option you identified. The other one is behind an old equipment shed that, for whatever reason, when they did their security review, they didn't notice this, or maybe they did and they just forgot to move it. But there's an old equipment shed on the inside of the fence, but it will block the view of anyone at the main part of the field. So the lights, any security cameras over there by the warehouses, you'll be behind this equipment shed as you get in. So you've got two locations. Which one do you choose?
Good. Well, let's vote on this. I would prefer probably the drainage ditch, but if you want to check out the other place, why not? I don't know. That's up to you as well. What do you prefer?
I mean, I don't have a reason not to do that. So
It's fine with me.
Yeah, like I said, you're the expert.
Okay, let's go through the drainage ditch then.
Okay.
And I hope my rules.
It's going to ruin my outfit, but it's life.
I was about to say, some of you have very nice clothes, but that will not be the case anymore.
I don't care. Okay, so I rolled a 17 plus what? I don't know. This is stealth, right?
So you're doing, yeah. This is going to be a stealth check. So
18
since
plus agility, right? So it will
plus
be
one, yeah.
total will be 19.
Okay, so I actually need everyone to make the stealth check.
So just roll a d20 for that.
It's if you stealth is a basic skill that everyone has, and you always have at least one rank in it. So you and it is an agility check. So it will be 1d20 plus, if you do not specifically have stealth as a skill, 1 plus another, in your case, no addition, but everyone else would be +1 because of their agility. So for you, it's 1d20 plus 1. I think for everyone else, Amy did a fantastic job.
Well, I rolled
17 plus the bonus is 19 for me.
Okay. Guys are doing good. And I'm sorry, Mar Hockman, did you roll 16 or did you get a total of 16?
I rolled 16, which I guess would be 17 total.
Yeah. Okay. And Darius, I need either a technical or an urban savvy check, whichever you want to use the bolt cutters to quickly and quietly cut the fence.
Okay, so in that case, it's a 19.
Okay, and let me see. And then once you guys breach, I think for convenience, I'm only going to require one stealth check to remain hidden after the breach as you move towards warehouse 3. So your goal here is to avoid being spotted. So everybody make one more stealth check. It's just like the last one you rolled, and tell me the results.
21.
I rolled an 11.
I got a 20 again.
I got
Wow, dang, Amy.
I got an 18 total.
So let's see. Victoria gets a total of what again?
21.
Amy, I hope you don't need those natural 20s later. Like,
That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to need them later on.
I was about to say, let's hope the numbers don't catch up with you. I'm sorry, Mar Hockman. You said your total was 17?
That was the last one. This one, the total is 8.
And Darius actually rolls an 11 or gets a total of 11?
It's a 10, it's a total 11, yes. The thief is the worst now. Okay. I think I've finished my good rolls. From now on, all bad.
Well, let's hope not. Let's hope not.
Oh no, I think they will. It's usually what I get.
Okay, so let's see. How shall I summarize this? So you guys move quietly across the airfield grounds. Victoria is a ghost. Father Tommy, it's like there's no noise. You can't even hear him breathing. Even Dr. Voss does a really good job, which surprises you, but he does. Darius, you're carrying that heavy duffel bag, and your misfortune, you didn't see that piece of loose scrap metal you stepped on. And a clang goes out in the night. You all hear it. It's a quiet, dark Florida night. There's really not much else going on here. And it's almost like a bell, that clang of metal on metal. You suddenly hear a dog bark twice.
Oh, motherfucking bug.
Loud, aggressive barks. And you think they may be aimed in your general direction. and you see a powerful flashlight down by the field turn on, and the beam starts sweeping across the western approach to the airstrip, and it's in motion, moving steadily towards your position. You are currently crouched behind some old fuel drums and low brush, roughly, you would think 60 or 70 yards from Warehouse 3 itself. You see the dog and its guard holding the flashlight heading your way. And you have a very brief time before they get close to you. What do you do?
This is my fault, so I'll have to do this. I start. I get up and I start running in a way that they can see me, and I
Okay,
run
what
to
direction?
the other side.
Okay. Okay, so are you running back in the direction you came? Are you running towards the main entrance, which would be, I think, south of you? But where are you running? You're running away from Warehouse 3, away from the others. I understand that.
Away from Warehouse 3, away from where they are, maybe towards the main entrance. Perhaps that would be the best choice. Yes. And I won't try to be stealthy. I will be very obvious.
Okay.
So you're trying to draw them off?
Yeah.
So you guys see Darius get up and just start running away from you guys and running away from Warehouse 3. What do the other three of you do when you see him do that?
Well, he has the tools.
Oh, fuck.
We-
Yes.
He didn't say anything. See, this is where the game magister gets to screw with you. Obviously, Elohim meant for you to make that mistake, Miguel. Elohim must have predestined it before the beginning of the world. It's not your fault.
Okay, so let's see what happens.
So you begin running with the duffel bag. You didn't realize you
We
still
need
have
to
it
go on. We need to
until you were
go.
already in motion, right? You were already in motion. You realize it's bouncing on your back, but what can you do? You're already in motion.
Yeah.
So what were the other three of you going to do? I'm sorry.
I think we need to go after him, guys.
Okay, so you tell the others, I think we need to go after him. What do you guys do?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So while you guys are trying to decide what to do, the security guard's flashlight snaps towards Darius immediately. The dog barks loudly and aggressively, straining at the leash, and the guard shouts, "Hey, stop right there! Stop right there! Security!" The guard and dog immediately give chase and moving fast in Darius's
I
direction.
hold my hands up and I say, "Oh, wait, no problem. I'm here."
The beam of the flashlight sweeps wildly across the field as they pursue. And so you guys, while you're kind of just watching this happen in these few moments and trying to decide what to do, you're left in relative darkness, and the focus seems to be out elsewhere. What do you three do before we get back to Darius?
Should I shoot the dog?
I mean, that's certainly an option. Yeah. I could probably tase the guard.
Yeah, we also have the guard to deal with. So I guess we need to shoot them both.
I mean, if I tase the guard, it won't be
You're right. I think as far as tasing is concerned, I think that's right.
Right. So while you guys are kind of discussing this, at this point in time, Darius has sprinted hard across the open airfield ground, and he was making noise to draw the guard. You can see that now, and he's put quite a bit of distance between himself and you guys. And that's when he stops and raises his hands and says, I give up, right? And he's got his hands raised.
And I activate my vision power.
Oh, interesting. So you're activating your vision power. Who's your target?
The security guard.
So, okay, let's first say what happened when the security guard when you said I give up. So the security guard stopped about 25 yards away from you. He's breathing hard because he was chasing after you, and the dog is just barking furiously, lunging at the end of the leash. And the guard kind of sweeps his flashlight over you. He's tense and he's suspicious. The guy sounds nervous. He's trying to sound authoritative, but you can tell he never expected this. Keep your hands up. Don't move. What the hell are you doing out here? This is private property. And he keeps the flashlight trained on Darius. He pulls up basically what looks like some kind of, it's attached to his shirt. You've seen police officers have them. It's like a walkie-talkie, but it has a little hand unit that's close to his face, and he's reaching for that. He's holding the dog, and you try to activate your vision power against him, correct?
Exactly.
This will require some adjudication. Let me think about this. Think. So again, the other three of you were kind of discussing what you should do while all this was happening pretty quickly. And the three of you can feel something crackle in the air. You guys know when power is invoked in your presence. You don't know what Darius just did, but he clearly did something. So Darius, you focus, trying to invoke your vision power on the man holding the flashlight and the radio, and there's nothing. There's no surge of divine power.
This guy is...
No horrific vision of judgment, no spiritual locking. And you realize suddenly, this guy's just an ordinary Adam sleeper. He may be corrupt, he may be paid off, he may be just a guy earning a paycheck, but he's not an enemy agent.
In that case, I will just...
So he goes ahead and puts the radio up to his mouth and says, "Dispatch, I have got a trespasser on the west side. Male, looks armed. I'm sending the dog." He's about 20 to 25 yards away from you, and that dog, it's a German Shepherd, and it is barking aggressively, straining at the leash, ready to be released. Victoria, Tommy, and Leo, you are still 60 yards from Warehouse 3. Darius has successfully drawn the garden dog away from you. You are not the focus of attention at all. Darius is the only person getting any attention right now. But what did the three of you do? And then Darius, what do you do? I'll let you three tell me first.
I kind of think we should knock out the guard.
Well, yeah,
Well,
we
it
don't
would have been
know.
nice if we'd knocked out the guard before he called for backup, but
Events were happening very quickly.
and
You guys were discussing it, talking about it. I mean, which is good normally. So here's the thing. Darius is about, I'd say, 80 to 90 yards away from Warehouse 3. The security guard and dog are about 20 to 25 yards away from Darius himself. They're closing in, though, and the dog is straining at the leash. So you guys are actually within 60 to 65 yards of the warehouse itself. But what you really want to know is, what I'm really trying to get across to you is that there is some distance from you three.
Yeah, it's like he's probably out of range for me using the taser, so I would have to get a lot closer to him before I could use the taser.
Let me think about it, because I mean I don't have obviously I don't have this really awesome map. Let me think about
But
how
that
far
that
you
that
guys
is
are.
one of those things that had occurred to me
So I'm going to
before.
say you guys are about 50 to 60 yards away from the security guard dog, because Darius was trying to get as far away from you guys as possible before he stopped. And the security guard and dog kind of went right past where he might have turned towards you guys and went after Darius instead. So I'd say he's about 55 to 60 yards away. That's a pretty fair distance. So what do Victoria, Father Tommy, and Dr. Voss want to do? You guys can have a quiet discussion, you think, and pretty safely, but events are happening right now.
I'll start running towards the security guard.
Oh, Darius. Okay. So
What
Darius,
are you doing?
what are you doing? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I will just
I'm
start.
going to. I'm also going to approach the security guard. And I'm
Okay.
thinking I have fake ID, so I may have a fake ID that says I'm a member of the FBI or something like that. And
Okay,
I'll
give me
tell
a
him.
second. Okay, so you're going to try to. Okay,
I'm going to try to
give me
bullshit
just a
him,
second.
yes.
Yeah. So Darius, you're running at the security guard. What are you doing? You're running at him. Or are you just running at it?
Just running. For now, just running.
And so Victoria, you break cover
Mm-hmm.
and tell me just specifically what you're doing. Sorry.
I'm going to scream FBI and pull my badge, my fake badge, and run in their direction. And pull my gun and point it to Darius and say, "Stop!" And I'm pretending I'm apprehending him. And I'm going to try to bullshit the guard and say that I'm with the FBI and I'm chasing Darius. That's why I am inside the compound.
Okay, give me a second.
Okay. I see what you're doing.
Okay, let me think about this very carefully. This is interesting. Um, hmm. So let me see if I can piece this scenario together. So Father Tommy and Dr. Voss are still basically hidden at the moment. Or I mean, because you made your stealth checks. And as I said, I'm only gonna make you make them once. So as long as you don't break cover, you two are still hidden. Victoria is breaking cover to try to pretend to be an officer who's chasing Darius. Darius is making a run for the dog and the security guard.
Yep.
So let's think about this. Let me spell this out. So this scene's looking pretty interesting. So Darius breaks into a sprint. You're not silently, you're going right at the security guard, bags bouncing on your back. And at that exact same moment, Victoria bursts out of cover from behind the fuel drum. She's got her gun drawn in one hand, flashing some kind of convincing looking fake ID in the other, screaming at the top of her lungs, FBI, stop right there, hands where I can see him, blah, 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 cop talk. And so the security guard is like a deer in the headlights. He freezes for a second, flashlight beam swinging wildly between Darius and the woman shouting FBI, and the dog is barking, confused by the chaos. It's turning its head in two different directions, bark, 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 and just vicious barking. And you see the guard's hand he's still got the dog in one hand and the light in the other, but the hand with the light is getting close to his holstered weapon. It looks like he's kind of freaking out. I mean, he's a security guard, right? you know, I mean, you figure maybe he was expecting a vagrant or something. I mean, he wasn't expecting people who look dangerous or maybe even cops. I mean, he's just a security guard, a night guard on top of that. I mean, think about it for a minute. Who's the pool of night guards? Um, so let's do this. Let me think. Because Victoria's a political op. I mean, she's good at sounding authoritative. So that works for me. I mean, I mean, that's your character's thing. She's very charismatic. She draws the eyes. She's good at. Well, she's pretty charismatic anyway. I guess the most charismatic character in the party is Father Tommy. But you also have the eloquent perk, right? And I'm
Yes.
going to say you have a situational bonus. So go
I
ahead
am wearing a
and
suit, but
even though it's a little stained, but I mean that
yeah, but I
even
was
that
wearing
works in the.
it.
So let's go ahead and do an influence roll. So this is influence plus your corona bonus. Let me try again. Influence. I promise I'm not drinking. Influence plus your charisma bonus.
Okay.
And we're going to add another +2 for your eloquent perk. And I'm going to give you an additional +1 for the situation.
Okay, so I rolled a 20, so 21, 22, 23.
Oh, you got a natural 20?
No, I rolled an
Yeah.
18. I'm just counting with the
Oh, okay.
bonus.
Okay, so your total is
24.
okay. Let me think. How is he going to respond to this? Let me roll something for him. Because you got to bear in mind he's this night security guard. He has a certain set of orders. He's ordinary Adam. He doesn't have any sharpness to him. He's a perfectly ordinary, fallen, failed, but ordinary human being. And it's like, is he going to react in the correct way? Is he going to act like an idiot because he's a complete bumpkin? But you did so well on that roll. I mean, so Victoria, you just come out of there and it's like you're from the X-Files and you're Sully. That's how you look to this guy. You come forward, you got complete confidence, you got a gun that looks like it's something an FBI officer would have in one hand. You're flashing with some kind of ID that looks official, at least from the distance. And you're shouting that you're FBI, stop right there, hands where I can see him, all that stuff. He's completely blindsided because he's a very limited individual. I mean, if he could do anything else, he would be. He can't. He's doing what he can do. He couldn't make it as a cop, so he became a security guard. So he just, I mean, boom, he suddenly halts everything he's doing. His eyes are big with shock and confusion. His face goes pale. He yanks that dog back hard. That poor dog yelps in pain. He's jerked back so hard on its leash. He makes it whine a little bit. And he raises one of his hands and says, "Hey, FBI? What the hell is going on? I was just doing my job. Who are you people? Why didn't you check in at the main gate?" He does not draw his weapon. He does not release the dog. He is visibly rattled. But it looks, Victoria, like you have him convinced for now.
Oh, this is an undercover operation. Shh.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you tell
I
him
look
it's
at him very intensely. There may be a terrorist infiltration in the compound, but we need to be discreet. Can I trust your description, agent?
discretion.
What is your name?
Okay.
Discretion. What is your name? I don't know if he has a name tag. I'm looking to see.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't actually bother to name this character, so let me come up with a name. I mean, you got basically what amounts to a critical success. So let me invent a name for the guy.
Just so that he feels I'm calling him by his name. So that's
Right. So, let's see. Let me make a note here since I'm giving this completely anonymous loser a name. And by the way, I hope I'm not offending anybody. I'm not suggesting that being a security guard makes you a loser. I'm just saying this guy is a loser. So he looks overwhelmed. He just lowers the flashlight slightly. His eyes are darting back and forth between Victoria and Darius. Darius is kind of stopped. He's a lot closer than he was because he was dashing at the guy. And the dog is still barking, but he's not lunging anymore. He looks. The guard looks out of his depth. FBI? Shit. My name's Mike Delgado. Look, I'm just security here. I don't know anything about no terrorisms. He swallows hard. He's trying to process the situation. The dog is agitated, but it's been checked. It understands it's supposed to stand its ground and not do anything else. And Mike's just looking at you, Victoria.
Well, just keep doing what you're doing, Mr. Delgado. You are doing a great job. I can see that you are a patriot, and I can trust you.
Oh, so Darius, you're about 20 yards from the guard. You've still got your hands up a little bit. You kind of checked your rush once you saw Victoria step out and kind of take charge of the situation.
It's too late to approach him carefully, but I will start walking slowly, but still approach him until he does something that.
And I tell him, well, that is undercover agent. That's why he looks suspect. He's working with me. Can I ask you a
You
question?
mean that guy? I mean, he looks like he just got out of pokey. He's a FBI agent?
Well, when you go undercover, you need to look like the enemy.
And the guy's face, he gets this look like it's a look of realization. Oh, just like on that TV show.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember the name of the show, but yeah. These guys go undercover and they have to look like the mobsters or the gangsters or whatever. Yeah, okay.
Let me ask you a question. Just have you seen any strange activity, especially around Warehouse 3?
Okay. So I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Have you seen any, what's the activity that you've seen lately around Warehouse 3?
Okay, very good. So now you're pumping him for information, so to speak. Okay. Well, let me think. How would Mike Delgado respond to this, given what his orders and instructions likely are? Let me make a quick roll for him. I mean, like I said, you've got him gassed pretty good. So once you explain to him about Darius being an undercover agent, he visibly relaxes. And he kind of pulls the dog in close with he gives a little whistle, and the dog stops barking and walks over and stands by his side and sits. Undercover. Okay. Yeah, that explains it. Jesus, you people scared the hell out of me. He glances toward Warehouse 3 and then back to you, Victoria. Yeah, there's been some weird shit tonight. A white van pulls up to Warehouse 3 about an hour ago. I saw a couple of guys unloading something. It looked like they were carrying something small wrapped in a blanket. I don't know. Then this fancy black suit guy showed up, real slick looking. He's been in there with them ever since. Dog's been going crazy the whole damn time. And then you see him swallow hard. Look, agent, whoever you are, I was told not to go near that warehouse tonight.
Mm-hmm.
The boss said it was private business. I work here, and I know better than to ask questions when they tell me not to ask questions. Ma'am, I don't know nothing. I swear I don't. I promise you. I haven't. I hate terrorists. I mean, fuck those guys. I promise you, I have not had. If there's any terrorists, if there was anything in that blanket, oh God, like a bomb, like maybe a big bomb or something. I promise you, I had nothing to do with it. I swear I didn't. I just, I get a paycheck. I'm lucky to clear $50,000 a year. Do you know what it's like to live in Collier County on $50,000 a year? I mean, it's like you've suddenly become his confessor. So, a situation. Darius is still standing with his hands up about 15 to 20 yards from Mike. Mike is at this point relaxed. The dog is on guard. The dog is on guard, but he's not barking anymore. Victoria is, of course, kind of standing out there with her gun out and her fake badge and kind of in command of the situation. Father Tommy, Dr. Voss, you guys are still hidden near the fuel drums, about 50 to 55 yards from Warehouse 3. Nobody in this scene at the moment knows you're there because you have not broken cover. So you two are still hidden. So let me make a couple of notes here real quick. Okay, so yeah, I've made a notation of the situation. Um, what do you guys do next? So let's start with Darius. So Darius, you have seen Victoria's masterful display of bullshit.
Mhm.
What do you do, if anything?
I'll address Mike. Mike, I'm going to
Okay.
move my hands. This is a very serious situation. There are hostages in there.
Hostages. Oh no! Oh wow! Oh,
Have you
jeez.
called backup? If you have called backup, please tell them that everything is okay because we don't want anyone else in here.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, we don't want any civil casualties.
Okay, I see that Darius is definitely thinking about the situation. Let's see. Again, I will make a roll. I'm making rolls for Mike because I basically he's got like standard like security guard stats, but I actually debuffed him a little because he just keeps an eye on things, right? His real job is to report to other people if there's a problem. He's like a living sensor, basically, as far as his bosses are concerned. So Mike looks really conflicted when you tell him that, Darius. The dog is there. He's growling low, but you can tell he's a little confused because his human isn't acting the way he would expect him to. So Mike really hesitates there for a second. And he says, a hostage situation. Jesus Christ. I already called it in. Dispatch knows there's a trespasser. If I counsel now, they're going to ask questions. And he glances nervously towards Warehouse 3 and then back at you, Darius, and you, Victoria.
Do whatever you have to do,
Look,
but keep them away. We cannot have any. This must.
okay. I'll tell him it was a false alarm, a drunk guy or something, but I hope you're telling me everything I need to know, lady. My ass is on the line. Okay, so the dog, of course, is just kind of sitting there watching everyone, watching you, especially Darius. Something about you triggers him, but he's also keeping an eye on Victoria. Let's see. Let's see. Make some notes here. Okay. Now I'm making 2 rolls. All right. Um, hmm. Okay, so he looks very uncomfortable, but he does make the call. Um, you can tell he's trying to sound casual. Dispatch, um, this is Mike at Sickley Field. False alarm on that trespasser. Just some drunk guy wandering around. I got him. No need for backup. Over. You hear a short pause, and then you hear a crackling over the radio. Copy that. You sure? You sounded pretty worked up earlier. So Mike just kind of looks at you, Victoria, and boy, you can see sweat beading on his forehead, and it's not from the fact that it's a warm, humid night. He is sweating. Yeah, yeah, I'm sure. Just some idiot who hopped the fence. I've got it handled. Over and out. He lowers the radio, clips it back into the clip on his shirt, and his hand is shaking. You can tell he's just as nervous as he can be. Okay, I did what you asked. Now what? What the hell is really going on in Warehouse 3?
We can talk about that now. Just stay here. Keep quiet. We'll do our job. You do yours. Just keep here. Keep quiet.
Okay. So let's see if I can summarize the situation for everyone. And I realize Dr. Voss and Father Tommy, you guys are just kind of you're still hidden. So you guys are just kind of listening and watching as this all kind of plays out. So, Mike just kind of looks at you, Darius, and he says, "All right, I'll stay back. Just don't let us blow up on my watch, okay? I don't want to be held responsible for anything. I mean, they might hold me responsible if you guys like break something or something." So he backs up another 10 to 15 yards. He's got the dog right next to him, keeping the dog well under control. You can tell that they're a team that works together well because the dog is, even though you can tell there's something about you the dog doesn't like, Darius probably smells the ex-con on you. He's very obedient. He's going to do what Mike tells him. And Mike just keeps his flashlight pointed generally, but he's out of it. So Victoria, you've read guys, you're a political op. You read people for a living. You broke this guy. He wants nothing to do with whatever's going on. So you guys have eliminated this fella as a issue. In fact, you're not even sure he's still going to be here when you guys get done. So here's your current situation. It's 9:52 p.m. game time. Mike and the dog are roughly 35 to 40 yards away from both Victoria and Darius. Father Tommy and Dr. Voss, you guys are still about 50 yards from Warehouse 3, concealed near those fuel drums. Um, you guys seem to have neutralized the guard and the dog. Um, so right now you kind of are divided into 2 groups. Darius, Victoria, what do the 2 of you do? And then I'll get back to the other 2.
Well, if the guard is going to leave us alone, I guess I will start to quietly move towards the warehouse because even if the guard is willing to just ignore it, whoever is in the warehouse, I don't want to hear me.
Right. And Father Tommy, what are you going to do?
Well, I look at my compatriot who's going toward the warehouse, and I whisper very quietly that I'm going to get Darius and Victoria, and we'll meet him at the warehouse.
So you're going to wait for Darius and Victoria.
Yeah.
Okay, and Darius, what are you going to do now?
I'll again tell Mike that never mind what's going to happen back there. We're going to do our job. You just keep your eyes away from that. Do not interfere. This is not for civilians like you. This is a job for us. Okay? Are you cool, Mike?
Okay. And Victoria, how about you? Are you doing anything right now? Victoria Axelrod?
No, I'll just let Darian lead, and I'll go back. I trust that Mike is convinced enough.
Okay. Right, because you're quite confident that you've completely buffaloed this guy.
Yes. Well, I'll just tell him. Well, if this all goes well, I will make sure that you receive.
I can roll influence as well if needed.
Yeah, give me just a second here. So what does Victoria do additionally?
I was going to say that he's going to receive. I'm missing the word for it now. Condecoration or something. If it all goes well, I'm sure you're going to be rewarded for helping us. Great job, Mike.
No, it's not going to happen.
Let's see. Well, at least
Well,
he's still alive, right? We know that doesn't always happen to Adam sleepers. They don't always get to live. It's a good thing Pedro's not here. Pedro would have already had the guy skinned. You guys would have already been in a full fight in the middle of the field.
Well, I mean, my plan was to kind of um approach him while she had him distracted, and if she had failed to convince him to tase him, but
You were a pretty good distance away, but I mean, it's always possible. You can always try to do things like that.
the guy is innocent, so we already know that he's innocent. So
well,
let's.
So
also is that we had reason to believe when we started out that this was just a place that the Azazel guy was using as a temporary location and not some place that he actually normally used. So
Yeah.
So
So
let's
yeah.
see. Dr. Voss moves stealthily towards warehouse 3, slipping away from the fuel drums and heading across the open ground, but you're being very quiet. And of course, it's dark. It's dark out. So, Dr. Voss, let's go ahead and have you do your standard stealth check. And so that I can um, go ahead and decide how that works. Father Tommy is already still operating on the original stealth check, so make one for Dr. Voss. Darius, you make your statement to Mike. He says, "Yeah, I'm cool. I don't want any part of this terrorist shit. I'll stay back." And he backs that up by backing away some, keeping the dog close to him. Like I said, Victoria's already walking away, and she makes her statement to Mike, and he just kind of looks at her and shrugs and like, okay, while she heads over to where she last saw Father Tommy. So, Dr. Foss, what's your role?
oh, sorry. I got a 14, which I guess plus one, so 15.
Okay. Let's see. So that's okay. That's enough for what they would call a moderate success. You're roughly 15 yards from the side door of the warehouse. Your foot does catch on a loose piece of rebar, causing a faint metallic clink on the concrete. Um, Inside the warehouse, you suddenly hear a man's voice because you're not that far away. You're crouched behind some old crates about 15 yards from the side door, warehouse 3. Um, so you hear a voice call out sharply, "Hey, you hear that?" And then you hear a second voice, and it's a little more muffled, a little more distant. "Check the side door. Boss said no one gets close." And so you hear footsteps moving inside the warehouse, you assume coming toward the side door nearest to you. So again, you're crouched behind those old crates about 15 yards away. Victoria and Father Tommy are near the fuel drums now. That's considerably further away. They're hidden. Darius is still more or less near the security guard. Uh, a little bit closer to the warehouse overall, about 40 yards, but Mike is clearly out of it. He's standing back. In fact, he's kind of walking off. It's like he doesn't want to have any involvement in things. He's clearly conflicted, but he's bought your story. So at this point, Dr. Voss, what do you do? Victoria and Father Tommy, you're over by the fuel drums. What do you guys do? And Darius, what do you do? I'm going to assume that you all heard the voices in the warehouse. Not as clearly as Dr. Voss, but clearly you can tell that somebody has been alerted inside the warehouse by something.
Well, I'm going to get into a concealed position and wait to see if anyone outside, and try to stay out of sight.
Okay. So you're going to try to hide better and stay out of sight. And Victoria and Father Tommy?
Well, I think we'll need to stay out of sight again.
Yes. Did we hear what that person said inside in the warehouse?
Like I said, you guys all heard that somebody was talking inside the warehouse. There was noises, like somebody was, you didn't hear it as clearly as Dr. Voss, but clearly somebody's been alerted inside the warehouse. And how about you, Darius? What are you going to try to do?
Okay, so Mike is cool, right?
He said he
silent.
is. He's
Okay, I'll
moving
believe him.
away.
So I'll start heading towards the warehouse silently, trying to be silent, of course.
Okay. Make a note here. Let me make some rolls, think of what they will do. Um, uh, okay, so Dr. Voss, what was your stealth roll? I think you need to do another one.
Ah, dang it! This time I got a 4.
Oh dear. Okay. Total of 4.
Well, total is 5.
Okay. And Darius, you go ahead and give a stealth roll as well. Victoria and Father Tommy don't have to. They're still working on the original one for the fuel drums.
I rolled a 20, no more than that, 21.
Okay, that's good. If you'd had that earlier, none of this might have happened.
Yes, I know.
That's the complication when a group
Oh
of
my
people
God.
try to. Yeah, that's always the complication when a group of people try to approach a secure location or a reasonably secure location quietly. So Dr. Voss, to your misfortune, you made what you think is a good choice. You tried to get deeper into cover, but you accidentally kicked a rock that clangs against a loose piece of metal pipe and almost causes you to fall down. It clatters loudly across the concrete, and you see the side door of Warehouse 3 fly open. You see two men burst out, guns drawn, flashlights sweeping wildly. And one of them says, "There! Behind the crates! Move!" And they rush directly towards your position, Dr. Voss. Darius, you are the knight. You move like a ghost, man. You slip across the open ground using every shadow and piece of cover and wondering why you couldn't do it that well earlier. And you're circling around to the far side of Warehouse 3. You reach excellent concealment near a rear loading dock door. You are currently undetected and in a position to flank the people who are charging at Dr. Voss. Victoria and Tommy, you are still hidden near the fuel drums about 50 yards from the warehouse. You have not been spotted yet. So here's the situation. It's about 9:56 at night. Dr. Voss has been discovered by the two men, and they are charging at him. Darius, like I said, you're a ghost. You have good cover. You're undetected on the opposite side of the warehouse. And Victoria and Father Tommy, you are still concealed near the fuel drums. But the situation has turned loud and violent. So please give me actions for everyone. That determines what happens next.
I think I'm going to wait to see what they do.
Okay.
What
So let's
Father
see.
and Sylvia do.
I will get close. I'm trying to get close without being seen, if I can.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm still trying to, like be out of sight. I don't want them to actually see me. They have reason to believe I'm here, but they don't actually know where I am.
Okay. Okay. So Victoria, Father Tommy, and Dr. Voss all give me stealth checks.
Oh no.
I was afraid you'd pay for it eventually, Amy.
Yeah, well,
17. Still good.
I got a 9 total.
Okay. And Amy, you rolled a 1.
it's actually a 2 with my bonus. But I did roll a 1.
Well, there are no critical failures in the Red Room games, so don't worry about it. I won't make you roll on some weird, obtuse table that somehow you end up falling down and breaking your neck and dying for rolling a 1.
Thank you.
The most hilarious thing I've ever seen someone do with a critical fumble is one shot themselves when they were attempting to attack.
Let me think. Because we're almost in a combat situation. We may actually be in a combat situation. That's what I'm trying to decide right now. The thing about it is Dr. Voss was incorrect. They had already spotted him from his 5 that he rolled earlier. So, but I mean, this is perfectly normal and natural that he may not be aware of that. he's just trying to stay hidden, which, given his background, is perfectly normal. So let me pull out some stuff and start taking a look. So Victoria, despite the stumbling of the others, you remain very quiet. Dr. Voss, obviously you failed because you've been spotted. Father Tommy, you basically kick something in the dark you didn't even know was there, and it goes bang. It's very loud and obnoxious, and it rings. So you see these two guys who were already coming out the side door after Dr. Voss's earlier noise, and they are focused on both Dr. Voss, and now they see Father Tommy as well, and they shout, "There! Two of them! Get them!" And they both raise their guns. And they are about 15 yards away and closing fast. So, ladies and gentlemen, combat begins. So, I need initiative rolls from everyone. Darius, you will be a d20 plus one, I think. If I get any of this wrong, you guys tell me. I think Father Tommy's a d20 plus one. Victoria, you're a d20 plus zero, and Dr. Voss is a d20 plus one. I believe that's correct. If any of that's incorrect, you tell me, guys. I think that's right. Ooh,
13.
well, you did very well.
18.
I get a total of 3, I guess.
So Father Tommy gets a 13. Victoria gets an 18.
I rolled a 15.
Darius gets a 15. And I'm sorry, what did Dr. Voss get again?
Total of 3.
Wow, Mar Hockman, you're having a bad time tonight all of a sudden. You were doing pretty good. Yeah. That's always been the long complaint, is that a D20 is simply too random. Yeah. That was always the when people talked about preferring like dice pool games like Star Wars, the old Star Wars game and stuff. That was always the argument, was that D20s are too random. Although, from what I could see, the D6 system could get pretty random sometimes once the dice start exploding.
Well, see, what I have actually come to the conclusion of, as someone who's played D6 and D20 games, is that in D6 games, the difference between a 1 and a 2 is actually about the same as the difference between a 1 and
Wait a
a
minute, what am I doing? I told you guys to roll D20s. Am I an idiot? We do D6s for Red
Yeah,
Room.
I kind of thought that was weird, but I thought maybe
I'm sorry, guys.
it's why I didn't say anything.
It's a D6, right? Yes.
Well, guess what? I actually rolled a 3 this time. So,
Oh, well, then it's good.
so that would be a 4 with the modifier.
Okay, so for initiative, I rolled a 6.
For me, it's a 3.
But yeah, like what I was saying, it's like realistically, it's like the difference between a 1 and a 6 on a D20 is about the same as the difference between a 1 and a 2 on a D6.
So, right, it's 1d6 plus agility. So let's see, Darius, I'm sorry, you got a total of what?
6.
Oh, that's nice. And Victoria, you got a total of
3.
and let's see, Amy, you got a total of 2,
2.
I believe.
Yeah.
Father Tommy got a total of 2. And Mar Hockman, you got a 3 total?
4 total.
4 total. So because it's 1d6 plus agility. So you rolled a 4,
Oh wait, hold
or
on.
you roll?
Wait.
I thought you rolled a 3.
Yeah, I rolled a 3, and I Yeah, I guess I don't get a +1 for that, so it would only be a.
Let's see. Okay. And let me check what the initiatives are of the guards. Yeah, their roles are not great. So it looks like we will start. Uh, I think Darius is going to be the highest anyway, because checking the guards. I mean, they are mercs of some kind. I mean, they're armed. They clearly look trained. Oh, wait. I actually rolled pretty good. I'm going to let Darius go first anyway. So, Darius, it's your turn. You're about 40 yards away.
Okay, 40. Yeah, I have no idea what 40 yards are. Meters.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's roughly equivalent to meters.
Uh,
A
okay,
meter,
so
a yard is 36 inches. A meter is
right.
33 inches, I think. So that's roughly equivalent.
Okay, so I cannot attack them in this round. So I'll just try to approach them and be close enough to attack them whenever possible.
Okay.
Because I don't have a ranged weapon.
That's
I have
true.
to
You don't.
I need to
Um,
stab it, so I have to be close enough for that. So that's the problem.
okay. So Darius is trying to move stealthily.
I should have asked per my spell.
Okay. So okay. Making some notes. Let's see. So basically, Darius is trying to close to melee range with one of the with one of the two men, the two opponents, without being spotted. Is what I'm assuming is you're trying to do. You're trying to get into melee range quietly.
And I will stab him as soon as I can.
So you can move up to your move rating. You must make a stealth check in order to remain undetected. So that's a 1d20 plus 2 for you. Go ahead and make that roll.
Okay, this is not a good one, so I rolled a 7, so 9. Goodbye, stealth check.
So you know you will not be able to reach melee range in one round because you can move about
Yeah,
12
that's
meters, which is, and you're about 40 away.
Then again, I could just go inside. It might be better.
Okay.
I'll go inside. You guys can handle this. Just
Well, you already chose to move towards them.
okay. So let's do this.
Okay. And did you think you were closer than that?
Yeah, well, you said 40 yards. The first thing I didn't. I thought it was a different measure. Yeah, 40 meters is more.
Oh, okay. In that case, I didn't realize there'd be a confusion. Yeah, I'm American. I speak in American. I don't think about meters. Okay, so let me give me a second. So you're going to try to quietly get into the warehouse instead, and I'll let you use that stealth roll for that.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. The next person is the cultist. I keep reading my notes, and it's like, Mark, you're not supposed to tell him he's a cultist. Okay. Anyway,
Too late. This is the second time you said that.
I know I'm an idiot. I'm trying to do too many things at once. Because in a weird way, it's almost the party isn't really split, but it's almost like the party is split. So I'm trying to think about what happens with different groups at different times. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so let me finish resolving for Darius. So um, the rear loading dock door that you were hiding behind is kind of old and corroded. You did try to open it quietly, but the metal kind of groans and creaks loudly in the night air, and the sound is unmistakable. Inside the warehouse, you hear a voice from somebody barking sharply. The back! Someone's at the back door! And you hear hurried footsteps moving inside toward the rear area where you're located. You are still in concealment. They heard a sound, but you have no reason to think anyone has seen you. So let's see. So one of the men, Dr. Voss, who spotted you and spotted Father Tommy, moves towards you and he takes a shot at Dr. Voss. His attack roll is pretty good. It's a 16. I think your defense is an 11, correct? Hockman?
Yeah, defense is 11.
Okay. So that's a hit. And it's a pistol. He's got a pistol in his hand. And you hear the crack of the pistol, and you get hit in the abdomen, and you take 5 points of damage.
Okay.
So I believe you have 7 health remaining.
Yeah.
It's a solid, painful wound, and you kind of shout in pain when it hits you. And the guy who shot you said, "There, I got one. He's right there. I got him." Let's see. So this is going to sound funny. I went ahead and put Mike in the initiative order, even though he's out of it. I mean, he can hear what's going on, right? I mean, people are taking shots, and so the question becomes, what does Mike do at this point in time? And let me think about that, because he's the next one to act. And then, yeah, this is all bad guys in here. I think the next person to get to do anything will be Dr. Voss, but all the bad guys will go first. Well, technically, Mike is not a bad guy. He's just a guy.
At some time over the next few minutes, could we take a bathroom break?
Why don't we take that right now while I'm trying to figure out what I want to have Mike do under the circumstances? Can we take a let's see, it's 5:11. Can we all come back by 5:20?
Yeah.
Because to be honest with you, I can go to the bathroom too. Okay, see you guys in at 5:20, which I presume is like Miguel, Sylvia. Can you guys translate? I'm not sure what time that is.
10
in
minutes.
Lisbon. Yeah, okay, 10 minutes. See you guys in a few.
Yeah. Sei que tem como a gente não fecha bem por dentro, ou seja, quando não está trancada, o menino sabe que o bebê está a dormir em cima da. O menino há bocado já foi lá fora, foi lá. Eu veio para a caminha, não, ainda não era para a caminha. Não, eu também não. Mas é empurrar a porta.
Menina, que tu queres vir?
Assim, vou obrigar a trancar no escritório. Mas lá está trancada, mas acidentalmente o trem. Como já aconteceu 2 vezes. Não havia maneira de fazer aquilo sem. Não, estou a dizer aquela. E depois tinha uma coisa mais rápida, mas quando passa só.
Todos falam.
Sim, tudo bem. Mas é parecia uma coisa. Assim foi uma coisa muito simples. Quando estava a ver abaixo, isto é uma aventura muito simples, é muito rápido.
Também foi isso.
Hey guys, is everybody back?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
At
back.
least I am.
Is Amy good? Amy, are you back? Amy? Are you okay, Amy? I can't hear you. Can everybody else hear me?
Yep, I can hear.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess maybe we need to wait a few minutes for Amy.
Yep. So what I did, I went ahead and resolved everybody acting after Darius and that first, uh, I guess you'd call him guard. He's not really a security guard. He's more than that. So he shot Dr. Voss. Then it was Mike's turn. Mike was, I mean, you could see he just went white as a ghost when he saw the shooting start happening. You're back, Amy? Okay. All right. And so he took several steps backward, pulling the dog with him. So he's trying to put more distance between himself and what's going on. The dog is barking loudly now, but Mike is not releasing it. He has not drawn his weapon. He has not called for backup. So he's staying out of it. That was what he did. The second guy, Dr. Voss, I'm sorry to tell you, continued advancing on you because you were closest, and he fired, and he got a 14 on his attack roll. So you took another 4 points of damage from pistol shot. You're now, I think, at -1 health. Is that right? No, I'm sorry. That doesn't seem right because you
Yeah,
had 7 hit points left.
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I should have like 3. It's like I took 5 and then 4. So
Right. So that's not right. Sorry, I miscalculated that. Okay. So you have been shot twice now, taking 9 points of damage. So I think that takes you down to 3. Is that right?
yeah, that's what I thought it would.
Yeah. So Amy, I'm not able to hear you. I don't know if there's a problem with your microphone or whatever.
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Okay, we
I
can
can
now.
now. Yes. Thank you. Um, so let's see. So yeah, you have 3 health remaining. You are, I mean, you've been wounded, but you're still conscious. So that means I think that it is your turn.
My turn?
No, Dr. Voss's turn.
Oh, okay.
Let me make sure I have the initiative right since I've just come back. Let's see. As I show it, the initiative order was Darius had the highest, then one of the guys who came out of the warehouse, then Mike the security guard, then the other guy who came out of the warehouse, then Dr. Voss, then Victoria, then Father Tommy. So that's the initiative order I have. So I think it's Dr. Voss's turn because all the NPCs involved have gone. So Dr. Voss, what do you do?
Okay, the guy that's closest to me, I'm gonna try and shoot him with the stun gun. And I rolled an 8. So,
You rolled an 8 on the die?
yep. I have a 0 modifier for my agility, so I guess that would not give me any plus or negative for the die roll.
Right. Okay, so you fire at the one who is closest to you. Let's see. We'll go ahead and resolve that. Is there anything you will do other than attack?
Can't think of anything that would be helpful other than, like, I don't know, I guess like attack and then get behind cover.
Okay. So you're going to try to use your move action to get behind cover.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't want to be someplace where they can just shoot me. But
Okay. So you did fire your concealed taser. Regrettably, you did not hit him. You missed. And the taser prongs spark harmlessly against the concrete a few feet in front of your target. The shot does go wise. They are very close to you and are approaching, pistols raised. Let's see. And you move for concealment. So you used your major action to fire the taser. So you move behind cover. You're wounded, of course, but you scramble a short distance and duck behind a stack of old fuel drums and crates you were near earlier. So this will hopefully improve your defense. Yeah, but they're no more than like 30 feet away or so. So Victoria, it is your turn. Remember, you made your stealth check, so you are still hidden.
I want to try to approach, but hidden.
Okay.
Or I mean, the conflict is taking place in front, right? Darren went to the back, so I'll see if I can try to approach the back without being seen.
So help me again. What are you trying to do?
I'll try to approach, but without being seen. So if there's a back door, I'll try to approach to go around and approach the back door.
Okay, but I
face
guess
the
you're
front.
saying you're trying to approach. Are you trying to approach the combat? Or are you trying to
No.
approach?
The warehouse.
Got it.
And avoid the combat. Do I need to roll stealth?
Let me check something here. I'm trying to think if you are hidden and they don't know you're there, and you're not trying to engage in the combat. I wonder. I guess it's convenient to keep you in the initiative order, but I kind of wonder if it's really proper to have you in it because they're not fighting you. They're not even aware you're there, and you aren't fighting them. The only two they're aware of are Dr. Voss and Father Tommy. Although Darius has alerted somebody on the other side of the warehouse, but that's not this combat. And we can get back to that when we get to his initiative. Um, so, um, let's see. Give me a second. Okay. Let me think of it, because what I'm thinking makes sense based on the situation that the characters are in. And you're remaining unseen. Darius had decided not to get involved either. He was on the other side of the building behind that rear loading dock. You never alerted anyone to your presence, so I think that means you're still working on your existing stealth roll. So you circle wide just like Darius did. And so you actually come up beside Darius. Nobody detected you. You are with him now at that rear loading dock door. So now we get to Father Tommy. Let's see. So let me take a quick look here at my notes on where you guys were.
Yeah, I'm confused about where I was.
Because you were in motion, but you failed your stealth check. So yeah, I think I didn't keep track of movement, because whether you guys succeed at your stealth check or fail, you still move. Okay. So let me see. Let me think. Hmm. So I think you're still about 50 yards from the warehouse. I mean, you're closer than you were, right? Um,
I think I should be close to wherever Victoria is.
yeah. Well, I mean, the problem is Victoria's already kept moving, right? Um,
Well, from wherever you decide I am, I'm going to keep moving toward that door that's closest.
okay. Now let me do this. So you're trying to get closer to the cultists, obviously, because they know you're there. I mean, there's no point you're trying to follow Victoria, right? Because
Whichever closest
so you're
door.
currently about 45 yards from warehouse 3. Your critical stealth failure caused a loud, obvious noise. The NPCs are aware of you, but Dr. Voss was a lot closer because he kept moving. So what you see, here's what you see. You see a wounded Dr. Voss. He's behind cover now. You see the two men who fired and hit Dr. Voss moving aggressively towards him and, in effect, towards you. Victoria and Darius, you can't even see them. They've apparently successfully moved wherever they moved. Um, so let's see. Give me a second here.
Can I see the boy?
Oh no, no! All you can see. You're outside the warehouse, so all you can see is you see the warehouse. You see the two men who came out the side door and attacked Dr. Voss. I'll say you see Dr. Voss. He's behind cover. And you are about 45 to 50 yards from warehouse 3. The two cultists are kind of moving in your area, but they're both advancing towards Dr. Voss, who's a lot closer. So what do? You're in combat turns. What do you do? Do you want to move? Do you want to shoot? Do you want to use one of your powers? What do you want to do?
Can I move and use the power?
That's a very good question. I think that using a power would probably be your major action, right? So why not? Review your character sheet and the handout and decide what power you want to use and whom you want to target with it, if that's appropriate.
Okay, I want to use where is it? The chains of the Gadarene.
Okay.
And on one of the two enemy agents that are attacking the doctor.
Okay. Okay. So you activate Chains of the Gadarene, your vision power.
Right.
Okay. And they're both about the same distance from you, so I'll just pick one at random. Okay. Let me go ahead and resolve that. So let's describe this. All of you, all four messengers feel divine power flood the area. And you know it's centered on Father Tommy. One of the men, the one you targeted, suddenly freezes mid-step, his eyes widen in terror as he experiences a horrific vision of divine judgment. And you see black ichor begin to steam and burn away from his body as power leaves him. And he fails his panic roll really badly. He goes catatonic. He screams in agony, drops his gun, and collapses to his knees. He's clawing at his own face and chest as you see the ichor leaving his body. He claws at his eyes to eliminate the vision of whatever he's seeing. And you continue your movement. You're now only about 35 yards away from Warehouse 3. And that ends round one, guys. I'm sorry, it took a long time to resolve round one, but I think there was a lot of stuff going on. So let's see. So you guys know that Father Tommy basically released divine power, and you heard one of the enemies scream. So clearly, this was not an ordinary man. He just he's screaming at the top of his lungs. It's like he's being tortured, like he's being roasted alive on a spit. He's dropped his gun and he's clawing at his eyes. The other one was advancing on Dr. Voss. Dr. Voss is badly wounded. He's behind cover. Victoria and Darius cannot be seen by the rest of you, but both of them are at that rear loading dock. Um, so, of course, Victoria, you don't know that there was somebody inside who heard Darius trying to get in. But you made yours. You were successful in you're quietly making your way to Darius. Father Tommy, you are partially exposed, but your vision power took hold, so you know that this opponent that you hit must be an actual active agent of the enemy. So we are now back at the top of the initiative order. Let's see. Let's see. Let me roll for the guys inside the building to see where they end up. I have a feeling Darius will go first anyway, because you've got a pretty good initiative. Okay, yeah, you're still going to go first. So again, you are right next to the rear loading dock door. Again, remember they heard something, but they didn't see anything. So Darius, it's your turn. What do? You know people are coming in your direction, or at least one person is. You can hear the footsteps.
Okay. I will. So I can hear the footsteps from inside, right?
That's correct. You hear them coming in your direction. It sounds like a single set of footsteps. You're pretty sure.
I pick up my sheath and I wait for him.
Okay. So you're going to prepare an ambush for whoever comes out.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to attack the first individual who comes out of the building.
Whoever it is.
Okay. Okay, let me make some notes. Okay. All right, so Darius sets up an ambush. I think the way the rules work on that is that means effectively your initiative is moving down until whoever that is, they come out. So they'll come out and then you go off before they take an action.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let me think about this carefully. Okay. I guess I can go ahead and start resolving some of the other initiatives. Because there's several. Somehow in my random rolling, the NPCs, which I'm not counting Mike anymore. Mike is completely outside. He's not even in the initiative order. But because of my rolls, the NPCs are still kind of in a little knot here together. Okay, let me take a look here. Uh, okay. So let's see. Okay, the one guy is still on his knees, screaming, clawing at his face. He's completely incapacitated. Uh, the other guy continues to advance aggressively towards you, Dr. Voss, and he does fire. but his bullet pings off the metal drum. He missed you this time. So he curses and keeps advancing. All right, back to you, Miguel. This guy who heard the noise has pushed open the rear loading dock door and steps out cautiously, pistol raised, scanning the darkness. But he did not see you. So go ahead and make your Shiv attack roll. This is a pretty good one, I think, for you.
Okay.
Because you've got melee combat 2, you've got strength +2, and because of the ambush, I'm giving you +4. So it's a 1d20 +8 attack.
Okay, so 20 plus 8. 16 plus 19.
Okay. And go ahead and roll your damage.
Damage for the ship is what? 1d4?
Isn't that like 1d4 +1 or something like that? Can you take a look? I think it is.
I think it's 1d4 plus something. Yeah, plus strength. Okay. So 3 plus 2, so 5. 5 damage.
Okay. Guy falls down.
Nice.
Okay. All right. I think that we are now back up to Dr. Voss. Oh, I'm sorry, Big L. I'm totally wrong. The guy staggers, gasping in pain. You did hurt him, but he is not. He drops his pistol and lets out a shout of pain, but he's not actually down yet.
Well,
You hurt him.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but you hurt him pretty badly. So it's Dr. Voss. It's your turn. What do you do?
Okay, so there's the one person who got hit with a magic whammy, and this guy where really don't want to take the chance of being hit again. And since I now know that these guys are agents of the enemy, you know what? I will use my power on his pistol.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So, what is your power, Dr. Voss?
Force of Judgment. Once per encounter, target an agent of the enemy and channel divine fire into a device, weapon, or piece of their own technology they are using. Which, in this case, I'm targeting the pistol that the guy shot at me with twice. Target item because supernaturally powered or sabotaged. And this is accompanied by a horrific vision of divine judgment that forces the targeted enemy agent to make an immediate panic roll.
Okay.
So I guess
So that uses your. Go ahead.
So I guess if it works, it will jam his pistol so he can't shoot at me with it again.
Right. Yeah. Because your power is Forge of Judgment. So, what you see, and again, everyone feels this. You feel Dr. Voss's vision power going off. Shadows seem to grow, and light seems to suffuse briefly the place. The pistol in the man's hand glows white hot for a split second. The metal warps and melts. The slide walk locks up. I mean, literally, the thing instantly becomes a useless chunk of slag, and you see the man's eyes go wide. And he also failed his panic roll. So he drops the ruined gun, staring at his burned hand. He is shaken and loses his major action this round, so he may not attack. He is also panicked, so he will not use his move. It is now Victoria's turn. Victoria, you're there at the back door. You just saw Darius stab this guy with a shiv. What do you do?
Is there anyone else in the back door?
It's just this one guy that you can see.
Okay, then I'll try to open the door, because if Darius is handling him, I will just move forward.
Okay, well, the door is open.
Okay, then I'll
go.
enter, yes.
Okay.
What do I see inside?
Right.
I'm trying to look for the kids, so first thing I'm trying to see where Caleb is.
Okay. Okay, let's see. I think I have an image for this. Let me see if I can get that for you. Oh, actually, I have several images, but let me see. You're now in the interior. Boy, completely forgot to give you guys some of these images. Hold on. Okay. So this is what you guys saw as you approach the airport tarmac heading towards the warehouse. So this is the jet that was mentioned earlier. And this kind of shows you the conditions there. This is near warehouse number 3. This is what warehouse number 3 looked like from the rear loading door. And now that you are inside Victoria, here's more or less what the interior looks like. Oh, that's what in the world? Hold on. There we go. Okay, and that's the interior of the warehouse. It's pretty simple. Okay. So Victoria, you slip quietly through the rear loading dock door into the dim interior of Warehouse 3. It's a mostly dark space, lit only by a few hanging work lights and a few candles that have been placed on some of the crates inside. The air is thick with incense and fear. You see a small figure in the far corner of the main area, near a metal pipe. It looks like a little boy. He's gagged. A few yards away, near a small table with a recording instrument, a camera on a tripod pointed at the boy, stands a man, a well-dressed, charismatic man in an expensive dark suit. And he's got an irritated look on his face. But he hasn't really noticed you. This place does not feel good to you at all. It has a heavy atmosphere. There's something sinister in the atmosphere, and you sense it. You are currently undetected inside the warehouse, and you're about say 15 or 20 yards, convert to meters, from Caleb and whoever this individual is, this well dressed, maybe even you could say charismatic looking individual. Actually, I think I have an image of him. Let me find that. Hold on. Yeah, I have an image of him. This is not him in the warehouse, but this gives you an idea of what he looks like. Let's see. This is what this person standing by the boy looks like. And just so you know what he looks like, here's the boy. Let's see. Okay. There we go. There we go. And that, Victoria, is what you see. What do you do?
I am thinking that the guy is Azazel, so I cannot just take the boy away from him. He's not noticing me. I will try to approach him stealthily and shoot him if I can.
Okay. So you've already moved inside the building. Now you're wanting to move stealthily
Mhm.
towards
Maybe behind
him.
the box or something, yes, if possible.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and make another stealth check to make sure that you can maintain your stealth as you move closer
Okay.
within
Natural
the.
20.
Okay. So you are now in a good position to shoot, but you've used both of your actions. But you are in position. He is not aware you are there so far as you can tell. Okay. So let's see. Right. So who has moved this round and who has not? I'm sorry. So, Dr. Voss, you are 3 health and behind cover. Did I skip you?
I think I used my vision power on the guy.
That's right, you did. You used your vision power and you took out the other guy and eliminated his weapon. So the only person who hasn't moved yet is Father Tommy. So, Father Tommy,
I'm gonna get a movement in because I'm still like 30 feet out. Wait, don't I have a movement, special movement thing?
yes and no. If you take a look at your sheet, you'll see that you do have a special power that will allow you to move a lot faster. Go ahead and give it a quick read and then decide what you want to do. Go ahead and take a look at your powers. I assume you're moving. Are you moving closer to the warehouse or moving closer to where the combat had been happening with Dr. Voss? I mean, that's basically the same, I guess. But
I can't find the power, the movement power. Is that Wings of Light?
Take a look at Wings of Light. I think that may be what you're thinking of.
Double movement. Yeah.
Yeah. But now read the power carefully.
It says once per session for 10 minutes, double movement, +5 defense, +5 to all attacks.
Right.
Invisible to Adam sleepers. Non-sleepers immediately recognize you as a messenger. The enemy becomes aware of your general location.
Right. So what do you want to do? Do you want to invoke Wings of Light? Do you want to have that power move you faster? Once you invoke it, it lasts for 10 minutes in game.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. So let me resolve this. Okay. All right. All of you feel a sudden burst of power. For messengers, you know exactly who it is and exactly what he's done. Father Tommy has invoked his Wings of Light. Victoria, you're watching the well-dressed, handsome, urbane-looking man standing beside the little boy, and you see his eyes go wide. And he shouts, "Fuck me. Fucking messengers!" And he runs. Um, let's see. So it's like you've got a brilliant, glowing pair of white wings of pure light bursting forth over your head, bathing the area in holy radiance for a moment. And of course, anyone who's aware can see them. To any ordinary atom, you've simply disappeared. You're not even there anymore. And you know that. So here's the effects for you that are active for the next 10 in game minutes. You have a +4 to your defense. You have greatly enhanced mobility. You have more actions. But, basically all the bad guys know you're in the area. And in particular, the guy inside the warehouse, which you don't know about, you're not there, doesn't know. So you are moving very swiftly now. So you cross the remaining 30, 40 yards rapidly. I mean, you just go right past everybody. Dr. Voss, you go past the two guys who are freaking out on the ground. And you are there at the side door they came out of. You do not manage to get inside this turn, but you are right there. You've crossed a lot of ground very quickly. So let's see where we are at the end of round. I believe this is round 3. So you've got two guys incapacitated outside. One dropped his gun. He's completely freaked out. And the ichor is drained from his body. He's just a normal human being now. The other guy is just in full-blown panic. He's kind of frozen. He can't, he's having difficulty acting. And his weapon is destroyed and kind of laying on the ground. Darius, you're in combat with a third guy who's been badly wounded at the rear door. You stabbed him with your shiv. Dr. Voss, you're still behind cover near the side door. You saw Father Tommy run like, like a Jedi from the Star Wars films. Vroom, go right past you and head towards the side door. And of course, he's activated his wings of light. So now any enemies in the area know that at least one messenger is present. It's like a beacon. So Victoria, you're inside the warehouse. You remain undetected. And then so that's kind of the situation we are in. So Darius, we're back up at the top of the round. It is your turn. What do you do?
Okay, so I will also invoke wings of power and wings of light, and then I will attack the guy.
Okay. Okay, so here's what happens if you invoke your wings of light. That's your major action. So let me think carefully. Are the way the rules are set up, can you move twice and attack once, or can you actually take the action to attack as well? I can't remember. I always forget
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, there are two actions, so you can
Two
have
actions.
two actions. Yeah, one attack and something else. Well, two attacks in this case, or in this. Well, not exactly. A power and an attack.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. So again, you guys feel a tremendous swelling of power. And you know that Darius has invoked his wings of light. So you attack with your shiv. What's your attack roll? And you may as well resolve your damage as well, because I'm
I have
sure you'll hit.
Yeah, I have a bonus, right? A 5 bonus. My
Oh yeah.
plus. Okay, so it's 20 something.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so I'll go ahead and roll damage.
So it's 1d4 plus 2.
So the damage is 6.
All righty. Okay. 6 points of damage. 6 more points of damage is enough. So he goes down. He's gurgling, looking at you with horrified eyes. So he is dead on the ground. The first actual kill out of the 3 NPCs. Let's see. Now let's see. Okay, and believe it or not, with all of everyone's actions, hold on. Forgot to. Never mind. Hold on. Okay, let me see. I forgot to roll for. I'm sure by now, Victoria, you figured out that this good-looking, well-dressed individual by the boy who looks so irritated and then started screaming about messengers is Azazel Thorn.
Yes.
It's pretty obvious. So let's see. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, he has an incredibly high initiative. So he will be moving first. So give me just a second, Darius, and let me see if I can figure out how he will respond to this situation. Actually, Darius already acted. That was my mistake, not yours. So Azazel will act now. So of course you saw Thorn's response, and of course he's aware of the second wings of light invocation. It's just that worse. His lips curl into a sneer. The divine machinery finally arrives. How tiresome. So he lashes out with a nasty power. You see his black wings unfurl from his back. His eyes go black. His mouth opens impossibly wide, and a black, dripping tentacle of something whips out of his mouth. Alas, Father Tommy, you standing at the side door, what he sees. Um, this strikes you automatically. It's a really nasty power. Father Tommy, you take 8 points of damage.
Okay, I have 11.
Yep, so you're still up. Um, so basically, he's using his equivalent of your powers, guys. So what he's done, he's activated his wings of darkness. In case you were wondering what kind of powers Nephilim have, um, so he is now. That's why you see his black wings, and you guys immediately know this is the Nephilim who's at the heart of all this. So he targeted you with his power, which is kind of equivalent to a vision power in some ways. It's a little bit different. That's why he didn't have to make a to hit roll. It's just automatic damage, basically, once he targets one of you. It's the black ichor itself is the worst part of it. It really hurt when it hits you. It's almost like it's hideously painful. So, Father Tommy, you do need to make a panic roll from being touched with the corrupting lash. That's what it's called.
Is that a D20?
That's a D20 plus your wits modifier. And tell me the total result.
It's a 10 plus 1, 11.
Well, remember, you also have
Oh, I have a bonus
you have a perk.
on defense.
Well, it's
Which
not the
goes up
defense
to
that you
5.
have to worry about right now. You have a perk that's a part of a standard messenger powers.
Okay, I have +5 to defense.
Yeah, but you're also battle hardened.
Oh, battle hardened.
Right.
How do I find that?
So you get a +2 against all panic rolls.
Okay, so that's do I get to count the +5 defense?
No, defense is his attack roll, right? But that's not what this is. He didn't attack you with an attack. He attacked you with um his kind of Nephilim power, corrupting lash. So there's no attack roll involved. Just like there's no attack roll involved with your vision power. You designate your target and it's like an automatic hit.
Gotcha. Okay, so
So,
what is my
but that was
total?
already resolved when you took damage. What we're talking about now is the panic roll because you've been touched by the darkness.
So then my total is 13.
So you have both Iron Will and Battle Hardened. So Father Tommy, that applies. So he's actually +5 on his roll. So you rolled a 10. So you got a total of 15.
Actually, it's 16 with wits.
Oh, okay. So, well, I included wits in your modifier. So you have +2 from Battle Hardened and +2 from Iron Will and +1 from your wits for a total of +5.
Gotcha.
So that means you actually have a 15. Father Tommy is particularly resilient against threats of this kind. So congratulations. You
Oh, I
succeeded.
didn't. Oh, that's
You did
great.
not, in fact, panic. So here's what happens you feel the foul and loathsome power of darkness touch you. It's an incredibly painful touch. It hurts you. It's like it's draining the very life out of you. You want nothing more than to crawl down into a hole and hide, but you don't. You see the horrific vision of hell that it afflicts you with. The vision that chides you for the wicked things you've done, and in particular, your secret sin. Remember, your character has a dirty little secret.
Yeah.
Your secret sin that is the reason why you were originally bound for apocalypse in the first place. But you resist it all. You harden yourself. You will not be manipulated by the enemy. And as a result, his power does not affect you as it should. And when he sees that his power has not reduced you to a blubbering pile of nothing, you see panic begin to appear on his face. He was expecting maybe one of you, maybe, but now he's assailed on all sides, and you have resisted his power. He's not used to that. So, okay, next person in the initiative turn, Dr. Voss, it is your turn. Well, now wait a minute, hold on. He used his corrupting lash. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. There was one other thing that I forgot to account for. Hold on. Okay. Okay. So he attacked Father Tommy, and then immediately after the attack, he uses another action. Victoria, you see him dissolve into swirling black smoke, and that smoke streams away from you under the front door and then disappears outside, somewhere on the other side of the door.
So now I cannot shoot him.
He's not there. Oh, what you saw, you literally saw him turn into black smoke, and that smoke streamed away suddenly under that external door on the side of the building facing the tarmac, facing the location of the airstrip and the jet. Actually, I think Father Tommy saw it as well because you were standing there in that open doorway. Okay, so now we can get to Dr. Voss. Dr. Voss, it is your turn. You are badly wounded,
Is there
but
anything I could do to like use an action to heal myself or something?
well, I mean, basically yes. I mean, the bag with the medical kit is, as far as you know, with Darius. Do you want to try to heal yourself? Do you have any power that would allow you to
I
do
actually
so?
have +1 to medicine twice, and a perk for fast healer.
Okay.
Oh yeah, also it's like skills, medicine 1. So wait, ah, see 2 different places where it says +1 medicine. Once in origin and once in life path, and then the skills thing only has medicine 1. I'm not sure how that's.
That could be a mistake on that part, my part. It sounds like you should have two ranks of medicine.
Anyway, okay, so yeah, because I get the feeling that if he attacks me, I'm probably going to die. So I want to do something about that. Which I guess if Darius has the med kit, I will go over to where Darius is, and I guess would.
So you're going to try to walk around. So which is it? Are you going to try to heal yourself, or are you going to try to get around to where Darius is to get at the medical kit? I mean, you can move instead. It's your option. So you're either trying to use a skill, or you're trying to move towards Darius around the other side of the warehouse.
I guess it's. Oh well, I wouldn't. Yeah, I guess I'll just heal myself then. I can use both actions for that.
If you're trying to move, as far as you can, yeah.
Oh, so well, would I be able to attempt to heal myself twice?
No,
Okay.
no. It's a,
Okay, so I guess attempt to heal myself and then move closer to the warehouse. Okay, so how
you're
does
going to
the
try to move towards. You're going to try to move towards Darius at the back end
and and attempt to heal myself?
to try to get the med kit.
Sure. Anyway, but yes, I want to use one of my actions this round to attempt to heal
All right. So let's try this again. You're trying to heal yourself first, and then you want to move towards Darius.
myself. Can I get all the way to where Darius is with a single action?
I don't know. We'll find out. It's. I mean, he's not that far. Let's take a look. Let me sit down, do some calculating.
Oh, okay. So I guess like attempt to get to Darius. If I don't have enough movement to get to him in a single action, then I'll just
You know what? I'm just going to say that you move towards him. Mar Hockman, it doesn't make sense to try to game the action economy too closely here. You know that he has the first aid kit, So, and without a first aid kit, the chances of you doing anything for yourself are going to be very low.
Right.
So, um, let's just say that you're moving as far as you can towards Darius to get the first aid kit, and that will, I think that's basically two actions, right? So if you don't make it all the way to Darius, I mean, it depends in part on what Darius does before you get there, but if you don't manage to make it all the way, you'll almost certainly be close enough that it would be a simple half move or something like that to get to him and get the because you still have to get the first aid kit out of the backpack, right?
Yeah, because
So
anyway, yeah, because like my primary goal here is to heal myself. Whether I can move
I
or not,
understand.
yeah.
Yeah, you're trying not to get pulled into any combats at this point. And guys, I know this session was running long. You're near the end though.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
when you mentioned Azazel, when you were explaining the setup at the beginning, I'm like, ah, yes, that would be the boss fight when the mission is complete. I can kill him or force
Yeah.
him to retreat. And
Okay. So you're moving. You're going to use full movement. So um. So you basically your fastest route to Darius is actually through the warehouse. So you kind of sprint past um, Father Tommy. Um, you're moving towards the warehouse floor, towards Darius at the rear loading dock to try to get the first aid kit and the duffel bag. You don't quite reach him yet, but you've made it a pretty good distance. You moved about 80 feet. So you haven't made it there yet, but presumably you will in the next turn. So speaking of next turns, Victoria, it is now your turn.
So I'm not close to the guy anymore.
Yeah, you can't even see him.
Okay, yeah. So what should I do? But do I know? Well, I don't know if he knows I'm there or not. I'm thinking if I should. I will also activate my wings of light.
Okay.
It's almost ending. It makes sense.
Okay, and what is your goals? What are you trying to accomplish?
I want to get closer to where Azazel is, so I can move.
Okay. So again, everyone feels this rush of power. And now a third messenger is on the clock, having activated their wings of light. And she begins moving very fast towards the warehouse door where Azazel just passed. So you launch yourself forward, white wings of light flaring above your head, and you rocket through the doorway and out onto the tarmac in pursuit of Azazel Thorn, using your extra actions to move much more rapidly. You're about 15 meters from the private jet, and you see Thorn is halfway up the stairs into the cockpit. He sees you behind him and snarls. He is not yet inside the plane, but of course, you're not in a position to attack him right now because you used all your movement to get this close. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. Okay, Father Tommy. So, Father Tommy, you can see the situation. You successfully resisted Azazel's attack, his corrupting lash. But he did use another power and vanished from your view in a plume of dark smoke that drained quickly out of the room. You saw Victoria activate her wings of light and flee through that doorway, chasing after him, still carrying her gun. What do you do?
Can I see the boy?
Yes, you can. He is
I go
chained
to
to a pipe near the door. He is gagged. His face is wet with tears, and he's staring at you. No, actually, yes. Yes, he is staring at you wide eyed.
Darius has the tools. I need the bolt cutters.
Okay. Well, you know where Darius is located.
So I go to Darius and get the bolt cutters. And try to is it possible for me to try to cut the boy loose, or is that an additional action?
Well, you got to remember you have extra actions now because of your wings of light.
Okay, then I'm going to try to cut the boy loose.
Okay. Okay. So you go to Darius to snatch the very high quality bolt cutters out of the just I mean, so basically there's two people going towards Darius looking for that duffel bag. One wants a first aid kit, the other one wants the extremely nice bolt cutters. So yes, you swiftly make your way to Darius, grab the bolt cutters, um, and you aren't quite you're ready to go and free Caleb, but you can't quite make it this round.
Okay.
So end of round 4. Here's where everybody's situation is. Darius and Father Tommy are together at the rear loading dock door. Father Tommy has reached into the duffel bag, taken out the bolt cutters. You now have them in your hands. Victoria is on the tarmac outside with her wings of light active, just as they are active for Darius and Father Tommy. And you are 15 meters from Thorn's jet. Azazel Thorn is on the jet stairs, halfway up, trying to escape. Dr. Voss is badly wounded, exposed in the open, but he is inside the warehouse and he is moving towards Darius so he can get a hold of that first aid kit and try to heal himself.
Who's up?
I actually think it's Azazel Thorn. That's what I was checking. Yeah, see, he actually ended up. He has some. He's a minor Nephilim, but he has some neat powers. A lot of which are basically about saving his own skin. Corrupting lash is his worst attack. So he is at the top of the order by quite a bit. So Thorn is halfway up the stairs into the cockpit of his private jet when he sees Victoria burst onto the tarmac with your radiant wings of light glowing over your head, closing fast. But his eyes flash with hatred. Too late, little soldiers. The child was only the bait. And you see him use Shadow Step again. That's the name of the power, to vanish into swirling black smoke and reappear directly inside the open cockpit door of the jet. He slams the door shut, and you hear the engines start to kick over, the turbines beginning to whine as they spool up. The jet is preparing for takeoff. Darius, it is now your turn. You are at the rear loading dock door with Father Tommy, who got the bolt cutters out of your duffel bag. You know that Victoria is outside on the tarmac pursuing Thorn because she threw open the front door of the hangar of the warehouse and pursued Thorn outside. You hear the jet engines starting to roar. What do you do?
Can I use my vision power on the guy on trying to run away?
Let me think. I think this requires some adjudication.
If not, I can just try to go outside and.
Yeah, see, because I'm trying to think. Thorn does not actually have. Trying to think if the way I wrote that power weather line of sight matters. That's probably something I need to consider just from a game design.
Yeah, it's not quite inside. It's
So here's the thing.
could be,
Designate.
but not
So it
inside.
says you have to designate an enemy agent. So this would require line of sight, I think, because you have to designate him. You have to actually see him. And you're currently at the rear loading dock door of Warehouse 3. He entered the cockpit of the private jet. He slammed the door shut. So you do not have line of sight on him.
Yeah.
Victoria can see the jet, but even she can't see inside the closed cockpit. So I'm going to rule that in this case, you can't use vision on him. But you still have your full actions. Your wings of light are active.
So I'll do
You're
my best to get in range as possible.
okay. Okay. I think you should be able to get to Victoria fairly quickly. I know she had a bit of a head start on you. So let's see. I think I'm trying to figure out if you'll need to use all your actions to get there, or if you will have an action left. Let me think about it for just a minute. Because you guys move pretty fast with Wings of Light. But it's also a pretty good distance to the jet. So I would say you've almost made it to Victoria. You're only about 15 meters behind her, and she's 15 meters from the jet. So here's what you could do. You still don't have line of sight on Thorn, but you could do other things. You can still attack. You can shoot at the jet. You can shout something. You can do something, but you still don't have line of sight on him, though.
I cannot shoot because I don't have any range.
Oh, that's a good point. You don't.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Did that guy you shanked have a gun?
Well, that doesn't matter now.
It did, but I didn't pick it up. So okay, maybe next round, if it's still an option.
Okay. Let's say that you use your remaining action. You are now right up there where Victoria is. You are both looking at the jet as it's winding up, getting ready to take off, move down the tarmac. Okay.
I'm going to shoot him if I have the chance. I'm going to try to.
Right, I understand. You're going to try to shoot at him or shoot at the plane or something.
Yes.
I think next is Dr. Voss. Um, so I'm going to say that when Father Tommy grabbed the duffel bag and pulled out the bolt cutters, that the duffel bag stayed there while Darius moved very rapidly with his wings of light to join Victoria on the tarmac. So it's your turn. You are still badly wounded out in the open. The duffel bag is back there at the rear loading door. You saw that Darius doesn't have it. You see Father Tommy standing there with the bolt cutters. You hear the roar of jet engines. What do you do?
When I hear the roar of the jet engines, I kind of changed my plan. Activate the wings of light. Grab a brick or a rock or something, and then attempt to throw it into the jet.
So you're going to look for an improvised object?
Yeah, it's like the goal here is to prevent the jet engine, the jet from taking off, and if I break the engine, then it can't take off.
Okay, so that's your declared intention for this action.
I'm not really
Okay,
sure
let me.
exactly how that works with the mechanics, though.
Well, I don't know that there's a strict mechanic for it. I mean, you're going to be using an improvised weapon of some kind, so you need to find something that you can use like that. You're able to move pretty quickly now. So let's assume there's some kind of loose metal debris on the ground. You have no ranged combat skill. It's an improvised weapon. Kind of at this point a moving target. Just go ahead and roll a d20.
17.
So you're trying to sabotage the jet engine. So the chunk of metal sails true and slams directly into the spinning intake of the left jet engine. There's a deafening bang and a grinding screech of tortured metal. Black smoke and sparks erupt from the engine. The jet lurches violently on the tarmac. The engine is damaged and now running rough, but it is not destroyed. You hear the voice of Thorn out of sight, cursing loudly from inside the cockpit. It is now Victoria's turn.
I will shoot at the plane. Considering that shooting at Thorn inside the plane is probably too hard.
Okay.
Let me just
So
look
here we
at my
go.
skills. Okay, I rolled a 19, an 18, so it's 19 with agility. And do I have plus?
You're
No.
+5 to hit from having
Yeah.
wings of
So
light.
it's 20. So it's 23. So I hit, but my damage is very small because it's a d6. Okay. 6.
Oh wow. Okay. Let me see. Okay. And let's see. So yeah, I'm making notes about all this.
I walked out.
Let's see. So that's a solid hit with the gun. There's sparks flying, more black smoke billows out, but you're not going to be able to destroy an airplane with a handgun.
I know.
Let's see. So I believe that gets us to Father Tommy.
Okay. I use the bolt cutters and cut the boy free.
Okay.
Then I say, I got the boy. Let's get out of here.
Okay. Give me a second here. Okay. I think that should be a simple matter of using the bolt cutters. I don't think it's going to require a technical roll or anything like that, because that's what the bolt cutters do. So they're pretty much designed for that.
Maybe a strength check.
I think that too. I don't really think so. Not with the bolt cutters. I think if you were trying to do it with something that was like improvised, like if you were trying to break the chain using a crowbar or something like that, it would make sense to make you do a roll. But with a set of bolt cutters that are clearly high quality and precisely designed for this, you just cut the chain links and the kids, or cut the lock, one of the two. And, so Father Tommy, you have no problem. You move swiftly to the boy. You cut through the heavy chains, binding his wrists with the bolt cutter. It damages the bolt cutter, but the chains do fall away with a loud metallic clatter, and Caleb Navarro is free. And he throws himself against you, Father Tommy, sobbing uncontrollably and clinging to you with all his strength. And he's just
Can I-
crying and saying these words that you can't quite hear what he's saying. Oh, my, thank you. Thank you, man. I mean, it's going to hurt me so much. So he is relieved to be free, and he's just holding on to Father Tommy, his liberator. Let's see. So at the end of round 5, Caleb is free and clinging to Father Tommy. Victoria and Darius are on the tarmac, wings of light active. You're 15 meters from the damaged jet. Dr. Voss is also on the tarmac with his wings of light active. Everyone's got their wings of light active. You're injured still. You guys have attacked the plane. Azazel is still trying to escape in his plane. And I think that we are now up to Darius. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We're up to Azazel. I don't know why I keep missing him.
Okay.
Give me just a second here to think. So I think I mean, this is an intelligent guy. You guys, at this point, yes, one of you is injured, but all his help is gone. This was a major force directed at him. Maybe he wasn't expecting that. Maybe he wasn't expecting that there would be four of you, right? Whatever caused him to do this, his backup, his bench is not deep. Maybe he was relying too much on ordinary people to do their jobs. Mike, where are you? Mike Delgado, you've let Azazel down. Anyway, so you see the plane move decidedly. The pilot, who you assume is either Azazel or under his control, has made the decision that he is leaving. And it does, in fact, take off. It moves very rapidly down the tarmac, far too quickly, even with your enhanced movement to catch him. And it gets airborne, but you can see it's heavily compromised. It is flying low, listing badly, trailing thick black smoke and sparks. It does not look well controlled. Now we get to Darius.
Well, the only thing I can do is, if it's still possible, to use my vision power on Azazel. If not, there's nothing else I can do.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, he's going to be too far away, I think, for you to see him at this point. I mean, he's in the cockpit. The plane's taken off. It's not doing too well.
Then I'll just shout, "You son of a bitch!"
When you can't do anything else, cuss the enemy. So you know what? I think rationally. I mean, he's in a bad way because of the damage you guys did to that one engine. Because he has two engines, typical Learjet type. It's an engine on either side. You damaged one of them. It's smoking and trailing a little bit of smoke. So yeah, the private jet accelerates hard down the short runway. It is airborne and hundreds of meters away now. So there's no line of sight that any of you have on whoever's in the cockpit. And I will say, unless you guys can think of some way you could attack the plane under these circumstances, I think you're out of combat mode. It's definitely out of the range of any of your pistols.
I mean, that's not really our major right. What we really had to do was take care of the kids. So
You recall, Victoria, since you asked earlier and I gave you the specific details, you are correct. That was not your priority. That was not your first mission.
we can leave. Yes.
Exactly. You can now. So you guys want to go ahead and take Caleb, and you guys walk over to the boy. You all have your wings of powers activated, and he looks around at all of you and goes, "What are you? You angels? Is that what
No.
you are?"
No! Never mind. Just go to your mom.
Okay. How
Well,
do
we
I
need
get
to take
there?
him. We're going to take you. Don't worry. Right, we need to
Okay.
take him to 1427 Oakwood Lane.
Oakwood Lane. That's right.
Oh, let's take the kid back.
Okay. So you guys take him back, and you take him back home per instructions.
Exactly. Exactly per instructions. And we go away.
Okay. Okay. So The drop off at 1427 Oakwood Lane happens about 10:17 p.m. at night. All this violent action happened fairly quickly, which kind of surprises you, but it's a fact. You guys got a lot done in a short period of time. Typical OSR combat, it can take an hour to resolve 5 rounds or more. So you retrieve your cars from Oak Grove Plaza. Your powers, of course, deactivate after 10 minutes, and you drop them off at 1427 Oakwood Lane. It's a quiet suburban street. It's dark except for the single porch light at the Navarro house. There's a little sign tacked to one of the street lamps. It says, "Have you seen my boy?" with a number underneath it. It is a picture of Caleb. Shows him, about the same age, with a smile on his face, holding a ball in his hand. Looks like he likes to play basketball. Caleb looks at all of you one last time, his eyes wide and confused, but he doesn't speak. He looks at the door and looks back at you.
Okay, so Caleb, go knock on your door and just go home.
He nods quietly, still not saying anything. You can still see where he was crying earlier. His face still has, the streaks, but he's not crying now. Calmly, he walks towards the door, knocks, and you see the woman whose image you saw in your mind before. It's Rachel Navarro, and she drops to her knees and scoops her son into her arms, sobbing.
Let's go.
Okay, so you guys leave, and then you get a ring on your phones, the 4 phones that you all took at the beginning of the mission. And when you open them, or one of you opens them, you see that you have directions to return to the St. Agnes Church basement. I'll assume that that's what you guys do. So you arrive there at 10:45 p.m. and you return to the abandoned church. Let me go ahead and show you one last image. Here's what you see this time when you go in the basement. Let's see. There we go.
Nice, an old computer.
Well, it's actually, have you ever seen old style AV carts like how they used to have them in American schools, like in the 1970s, 1980s?
Yeah, that's what I was going to
That's
say.
literally,
It's that while this could be a computer, if it was a computer, it would be one of those old ones that use a coax cable to connect to a TV.
right. I mean, it's basically what you're looking at is an old AV cart with an old fashioned television and a large and rather antiquated VHS machine and a VHS tape in front of it. And when you guys go in, the VHS tape has a label on it in that thick red ink that you've seen before. And it says, "Play me when all are present." What do you do?
Well, I
We'll
guess all
pop it.
4 of them are
Yeah.
here, right? So, might as well.
Yeah, that's true. So what do you do?
I'm going to check to
Well,
see if
let's
there's
play.
any cables whatsoever.
You take a look. There aren't.
Yeah, okay, I guess we'll play
So Dr. Voss, being the excessive compulsive type that he is, examines all the AV equipment very closely, and you hear him muttering about the lack of cables, like how the hell does this stuff work? And then he puts the VHS tape in,
What can I
and the
say?
screen. Go ahead.
I'm a guy who works with audiovisual equipment as a part of a job, and like, this isn't how it's
So the screen flickers to life, and first you see grainy footage from 3 years ago, and it's Rachel Navarro. She's at a small prayer group of some kind. You can tell there's a cross on the wall and various Sunday school things and people with Bibles sitting in a circle. And she's in a small prayer group, tears streaming down her face as she cries out in desperation. And you see that there are 2 or 3 people who've put their hands on on her head and on her shoulders. And you hear her say, God, if you heal my son, use him for your glory, no matter what it costs me. The tape then cuts to the present, and it looks like it might have been recorded only minutes ago. You see Caleb, just as you saw him, returned home, looking up at his mother with wide, innocent eyes, and he asks in a small voice, Mommy, why did God let the bad men take me? Rachel presses him to her chest, but you see a look on her face where before there was joy. Now her face crumples in silent guilt and shame. She does not meet her son's eyes, and she knows why. And then the tape ends, and the screen goes black. The basement is silent, except for the low mechanical click of the VCR rewinding, and then it stops. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Suffer the Little Children.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. So if
Nobody
this
died.
was nobody died.
Yeah.
Your opposition was from compared to what you normally have, pretty mild.
Mike survived. That's important.
Yeah. You accomplished your mission to the letter. You weren't able to stop the Nephilim. But let's see. Let me think. What would happen? Because you damaged an engine.
Also, didn't Sylvia shoot a hole in the fuselage?
Mhm.
It's like,
I resolve that as her shooting the engine and doing more damage
Oh.
to it.
oh, okay, never mind.
So basically, you guys put metal debris in the engine, which did damage it but didn't stop it. Then she shoots the engine and penetrates it and does additional damage, which caused the engine to start sparking and spitting smoke and a little bit of flame. So a couple of things happen. In the news a few days later, you guys read that there was a plane crash with only one survivor who is unnamed. Um, and you also come across something in the newspaper. And Father Tommy, because you routinely check the obituaries, you're the one who finds it. Amy, your character finds it. There's an obituary entry for a Michael Delgado
The fuck?
who died in a car accident, a one vehicle accident, 2 days later. The circumstances of the accident are not specified in the obituary, but a time for his funeral at a local church is noted. You guys do get contacted by your magisters. The after action report is actually pretty good. While some disappointment is expressed over the escape of the Nephilim, that was not your primary mission. You accomplished the job that was intended from the beginning of time. Caleb was used as his mother had promised in order to further glorify Elohim and to disgrace the enemy. Caleb himself was saved in accordance with your strict instructions. Several of the enemy were killed or severely disabled. A brand new Nephilim who is just beginning his rise has been humiliated before the enemy. And you are told by the magisters that the enemy is no more merciful to failure than Elohim and his magisters are. Um, but because you were identified at the scene, they will probably need to move your locations to maintain full benefits of your untraceability. However, this is definitely a time when, because you spared Mike Delgado, you didn't kill unnecessarily. Um, it's like pure sanctification for you guys. So no defilement.
Also,
You did a good
can the
job.
other two guys live even if no one cares?
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, one of them has sort of lost his status because he's been stripped of his powers. Um, and who knows? He probably ends up in the madhouse because being stripped of your abilities when you're a tainted. That's what they were. They were all tainted cultists. So the other one was not stripped of his powers, but again, the enemy is not merciful. Um, they failed um, in the face of the enemy. But of course, one of them you did in fact kill, and but you see no mention in the news regarding him at all. And there's no mention of any connection of some event at Sickery Field. No, there's nothing mentioned at all. Nothing in the news. It's like nothing happened there. So that is the rest of the story. You guys did a good job. Um, keeping Azazel Thorn from escaping would have been very difficult. Because this guy is maybe fresh, but he's super cagey. In a
Also,
regular campaign, he would probably make a good villain for a new group of messengers because a returning villain because he's kind of new to the game himself. Yeah, go ahead.
also, you mentioned earlier that you'd actually set up his skills to enable him to run away more easily.
Yeah, he's not a Nephilim who stands and fights if he can avoid it. He works through others. So he's got his corrupting lash, but one of his more powerful abilities is his shadow step, which allows him to kind of turn to smoke and move a certain distance away. Think of it as being a little bit like Dimension Door. He can only use it a certain number of times, but um, his goal typically would be, if confronted with a force he could not clearly defeat, he'll flee.
Well, I was actually visualizing it as a copy of Misty Step, which I know
It might be.
5e has that where it's not an ability that's technically teleportation. You rapidly move from one location to another in mist form.
Yeah, so that's essentially what happened is that he turned to this weird Nephilim smoke. You guys didn't accept worship. I mean, it might have happened with Caleb because he was able to see something extraordinary about you, but Darius cut him off quickly to keep that from happening. And so, yeah, you guys did a really good job with this. And I appreciate you playing the game. This makes it easier for me to figure out what the balance of various things is. And, it helps me to identify things that I need to think about in terms of, game setting rules and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, but
I mean, there's always going to be room for adjudication, but
you talk about how the players in game have a map, but also that would be something that would be nice to have as part of a published
Yeah,
yeah.
map would have been nice.
You mean like a visual for you to look at?
Yeah, like you have that picture of the jet sitting on the tarmac, but like an actual diagram of the airport layout and the building
Mhm. Gotcha. Yeah, I just it's very difficult for me to come up with maps within the time frame that I have to create adventures, unfortunately. Um, I don't really have any software for map creation. Um, so that's something I probably need. But yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. It would make a nice it would make a nice prop in essence. Um, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely
Let's
not
see.
necessary, technically not necessary, but certainly helpful.
Right. So, what do you guys think of Elohim as a setting?
I like the
Um,
idea.
yeah, I know that Miguel's had a chance to play another session
Yeah,
last Sunday.
well, definitely this works. Works for me, and I think this that there are people interested in this kind of thing. Probably more in this than in darker. This has
It's a grim setting, but it's not quite as stark.
not as yeah, not as grim as darker. So probably yeah, I'm sure this could work as a game, especially as a setting. Yeah, you know how it works. Settings don't work as much as games, so it would work as a
Right.
game.
So, the thing that I think will be interesting is because this time we kind of touched a little bit on the nature of Elohim in this game, which is the extreme predestination and the very strictness of Elohim. So, in essence, she bargained with God, and he said, "Okay, I'll take your bargain," and then proceeded to apply it. So the implication is that it was predestined that this Nephilim would seize the boy, and so the mother, who is is a small e Elohim. She's one of the ones who are promised the and she and her son apparently are both promised the evacuation. But you know, this was Big E Elohim's way of disciplining her a little bit for trying to bargain with him. Still, he gave her what she asked for in both directions, apparently. Um, I thought you guys handled the security guard with the dog pretty well. Obviously, that could have gone any number of ways. If you guys ended up in combat with him, you know there would have been help on the way. It would have taken a certain amount of time to get there. Um, you know, it's always a balancing act using your powers versus not using your powers, or using your powers at the right time.
Definitely seems like it's a situation where, due to the fact that certain of our abilities are things we just have a limited availability for, like like once a day or whatever kind of abilities.
Yep.
If we had been forced to use them fighting the security guards to get into the airstrip area, that would have left us a bit crippled when we had to fight the other guys later.
Oh, that's true. I mean, that's all part of the calculus. You have to decide, you know, who uses their power, when do they use it, how do they use it, is stealth better, is a straightforward combat better. But I think that would be player experience would start to answer those questions, right? As you guys figure out how these powers would work. And that's the thing. I've got to finish the character creation rules. You know, I've been kind of winging it, but
Yeah, I kind of figured that was why you just handed us presets, because you hadn't figured out how to do the other part yet.
yeah, I don't really have a finalized set of character generation rules. I have an idea of how I want it to work, and I have some basic stuff written down, but it's not ready to share with anyone. And I kind of want to know how the powers work in practice before I would do anything concrete. Um,
I think for what I've seen, I think it works.
yeah, I mean, you guys are very powerful, but it's like the power comes with limitations.
The real enemies are also powerful, so it's kind of it's balanced. I think.
Yeah, in many ways, the Nephilim are, and depending upon how powerful they are, they're your equivalents in some ways. But as you know, there's not just the regular Nephilim, there's also the great Nephilim who are extremely dangerous. Um, And some Nephilim will have different power levels than others.
When you said we were bait, that's what I was
No, the
worried
boy
about.
was bait. The boy was bait.
The boy was bait.
Yeah, his role was to draw you out. He wanted to see if the enemy would respond and who the response was. So remember, one of the goals of the enemy is to figure out who the messengers are and where they are, and also, to be frank, they like to torture Elohim's people. So if there was no divine response, well, that's okay. They can torture and murder the boy and send the tape home to his mother to further torment her. If there is a divine response, well, then they know that Elohim's operatives are in the area and that he considers it worth sending them. What he didn't expect was for there to be 4 messengers coming at him. He was clearly not prepared for that. He only had 3 tainted cultists working for him. He was otherwise kind of relying on the airfield security, which is not at the same level as the library itself, especially when they're not receiving any shipments. It's just operating as an ordinary private field. You
And
guys,
also, we didn't even fight the security, so.
oh yeah, you backed him off. Now again, there'd have been more guards and more dogs. There'd have been guns. And there's also the possibility that you'd actually get the SPL security involved, and they are extremely dangerous because they're not normal either.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
But you guys avoided all that because Victoria stepped out and completely cowed Mike Delgado. Now, poor guy, the problem is he got pulled into a game he knew nothing about. He tried to stay out of it, but as Azazel, being the vengeful, vindictive piece of crap that he is not going to let anybody get away with helping you if he can figure out they're the ones responsible. And if you stop and think about it, somebody was going to find that record of him having called in the issue and then called it off. So that's why I ruled that basically he was murdered. I mean, that's not what it says in the paper, but he was, murdered 2 days later as a retaliation.
That's exactly where I thought you were going with that one, because it's like, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, he was murdered as a retaliation. Now, Rachel and her son will be left alone. They drew the enemy's fire, and they don't want to draw that again. But because it may have been a small cost, but they don't like losing tainted either. And the Nephilim in this case almost got, if he hadn't started running almost immediately, like when he saw that Father Tommy resisted the corrupting lash, it's like, okay, well, fuck this, time to go. There's too many of you. I'm leaving. So yeah, the only smart move was for him to run like hell.
We'll get him next time.
That's distinctly possible, guys, because I'll be running more modules of Elohim at some point, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed the game. Keep your characters. Let's see. Make a note on your character sheets that each of your characters, I'm going to say, gets 5 points of sanctification and 0 defilement.
How much of 0 defilement and
5 points of sanctification
5? Okay, that's what I.
and 0 points of defilement. I'd have given you 10 points of sanctification if you'd have managed to wipe out the Nephilim, but it wasn't likely that was going to happen once he started running, unless you guys managed to, keep him from running. Like if you hit him with a vision power, that would have probably slowed him down long enough for you guys to gang up on him and kill him. But he had already kind of made his escape.
Or, like, one thing that occurs to me is that we knew about the plane, and the plane is like an obvious getaway vehicle, and we could have had someone, approaching from the side where the plane is would have possibly been a better idea than the side that we came from.
Or for that matter, Dr. Voss could have been sent off by himself with the toolkit to booby trap or damage in some way the plane. Yeah, I mean it's open to whatever you guys choose to do. I'm not going to say whether you made a good choice or a bad choice because the die rolls would have determined it either way anyway. If you were trying to approach the plane and got caught by security without anyone else around to help you, you would have had to have handled it on your own. If you tried to be stealthy and failed, if you made your technician roll but didn't hit a certain, didn't hit the task number, right? Any number of things could have happened. You guys had a pretty good plan for sneaking in, and unfortunately, Darius missed his roll, and that alerted the security guard and his dog that somebody was out there. So, the dice giveth and the dice taketh away.
I have to
So
say
there you
that
go.
that particular stealth segment struck me as being particularly difficult because you basically need to pass 8 rolls.
Yeah,
Well, yes
that
and
was hard.
no. Yes and no. If so, you had to make a successful stealth check to get inside, and then you had to make a successful stealth check to get towards the building.
Well, what I mean by
If Darius had not failed his stealth check, a lot of the other ones wouldn't have had to happen.
oh, I see.
But once Darius failed and then kind of ran out in the open to try to distract people, you guys had a choice. You could either help Darius, which is the choice that was made, or you could try to continue moving on stealthily, taking advantage of the distraction. But that would have left Darius having to handle the situation himself.
And also, he had the
Um,
duffel bag with all of the equipment.
and he had the duffel bag with all the stuff because that was another group choice. So yeah. But that's not unusual for stuff like that to happen. It's a game. People make choices, they roll dice. It's
Yeah,
just how it works out.
even if we had split up all the stuff, chances that the right person would have had the things they needed are very slim.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, and this is something I think when you look at the game in retrospect, it's easy to say, well, maybe we could have done this or maybe we could have done that. The truth is, you don't know where the dice would have put you, right? If everything had gone right the way you were doing it, you definitely would have made it to the warehouse without anybody knowing you were there. And who knows what would have happened then? But then that would have also meant that you would have probably ended up having to fight both the Nephilim and his assistants as a single group. Who knows? That might have been the worst option. It's hard to know. Hi, Seymour Hockman. You have posted the Elohim live play.
Now,
I am sure that people will enjoy. I hope people will enjoy rewatching that. So I don't want to hold you guys too long.